Next is Benjamin Kawagata. There is Amani Karen, Namlondo F. Elizabeth, Lukundo Hannah, Mary Karen, Bwenje Isaac, Jaron Paul Kisa, Pasco Mirishe, Ruswata Farhan, Adong Fravia. That is number 6. Number 5 is Akoraje Jeremiah. Number 4 is Areka Regina. Number 5 is Saka Neri Romeo. Number 2 is Kamara Elizabeth. Number 1 is Nsubuga Jamie. Let's go directly.
Check 1, 2. This is the sales.
I'll start my speech in 3, 2, 1. We think society worldviews are things that set or prioritize the beliefs, values, and perspectives on which worlds or like communities are practically like invented on. We think what the social worldview does is construct like societies, government structures, economic sectors, and even perspectives and priorities of individuals within society. I'm going to show you why priorities are necessarily important in the long run. Well, how does the social worldview generally shape the world? We think based on the ideas that individuals then create within societies, we think the social worldview is most likely going to be able to impact the mindsets of people. We think priorities that are then invented come out of exactly what individuals prioritize at the end of the day. Now, what does this mean? It looks like when societies are genuinely based on a realistic point of view or a realistic social worldview, it looks like worlds that prioritize 3 things. 1, the objective factors. 2, constraints. And 3, that and 3, the activity of, okay, like the actual state of the world at large. It means things like dangers, it means things like risks, it means things like consequences are taken into consideration while decisions are being made. Why is that so? It most likely means individuals are realistic enough to understand that the world already faces major consequences, things like climate change, things like poverty, things like disease and destruction, Chair. I'm going to show you why this is important. We think, Chair, one thing that we think for far too long, we have suffered under the consequences of things like optimistic worldviews. Why is this so? We think for so long, like when you take you back like in a bit, we think like things like world wars were sexually invented on ideas or principles that there could be possibilities over priorities, Chair. We think such things were more likely stemmed from individuals who thought of other priorities. Why is this so? We think people who are more optimistic than realistic are more likely going to consider things like dominance, things like prioritize their own world, things like custom their own inventions, Chair. We think those particular individuals never put into consideration the fact that the world is already at a major loss, that things like poverty exist, that things like climate change exist. They more likely prioritize things that are going to make them happy at the end of the day. And it's in human nature to most likely want things like wealth, to most likely want things like economic growth for your country. That then looks like individuals coming up with ideas that are most likely going to become apparently more harmful to the environment, apparently more harmful to the large percentage of the citizenship at the cost of simple things like economic growth, simple things like world dominance. That looks like individuals taking into perspective things like industrialization. Notice that major world countries have sort of like prioritized an optimistic world point of view and have most likely tried to like benefit their country at large when it comes to things like industrialization. That means they want a large net worth. So things like the climate are not taken into consideration. Things like people losing their lives simply because they don't have where to stay, because industrialization has taken the second large priority and not taken into consideration. Things like within religion, when people like Mother Teresa thought they could deal with things like poverty and erase things like famine, she thought that she could do so much, and yet what was the result is that a lot of funds were raised for such things, and at the end of the day, a lot of it were diverted for like other individual users. This shows you that at a point in time where you're more optimistic than realistic, you're more likely not to take consideration into the harms that you most likely cause into the environment. Why is it important to be very realistic as you make choices in the world? We think, one, you're more likely going to consider the harms, you're more likely going to consider health of individuals in society over like world dominance, over like things like economic growth. You're more likely going to consider things like a status, or like, let me say, more likely the standards of living of individuals in a country. We think those are things you prioritize. And at a point in time where the world already faces major things like a lot of disease, you have individuals dying of HIV, you have individuals dying simply because they do not have funds to raise for like deficient diseases, you have individuals dying simply because they can't afford the mosquito nets, you have individuals within Africa dying simply because like things of climate change. We think when you take these particular things into consideration, you're more likely going to create realistic ideas that are more likely going to be beneficial to these individuals in society, rather than try to create a world that is most likely going to be distracted down by itself because of the dangers it caused when it tried to like prioritize things like economic growth.
Okay, Chair, beginning with rebuttal, the arguments you get on their side, they do not show you exclusivity, why it only happens on their side of the house and not on our side of the house. Notice, Chair, they come and they tell you that what they get on their side of the house is then people starting to get solutions to certain big problems that are then going to be ignored on this side of the house. Firstly, Chair, let's first truly understand the definition or like the characterization of how their world looks like. Notice, Chair, that their world is mainly based on things like facts at the end of the day, and their world is mainly based on things of like hope for like a better future, and then also things like what? And also things like confidence for a better future, and then things of people seeing challenges challenges as opportunities for growth at the end of the day. The problems she talked about, like maybe people valuing economic growth over climate change, does not have anything related to how people, to the perception or the perspective with which people view the world at the end of the day. It just relates to things that people are going to prioritize over others at the end of the day. Meaning that even on the realistic scale, even when you give a certain person the real facts or the values of how much the temperature is increasing at the end of the day, and they still do not want to go at home and sleep hungry because they've shut down their factory, they are still going to go ahead and run their factory that is producing a lot of gases into the atmosphere, still causing the problem to continue at the end of the day. What I'm trying to show you is someone knowing the facts is then not going to incentivize them to then go ahead their personal pleasure just because they know that they are causing a problem at the end of the day. But then notice that even on their side of the house, it is much worse for people because people are not going to go ahead to solve those problems. Because these people are looking at things like facts, right? You're going to tell an industry person that your industry is producing a lot of fumes that are leading to like the ozone layer, to like climate change at the end of the day. This person is going to search about more facts and is going to realize that the United States are producing much more much more fumes than me, a person in Uganda. What are they going to do? They are still going to continue with the same issue because they are going to be like, oh my Lord, my fumes do not affect the bigger problem at the end of the day. This again shows you where people are mainly looking at things in the realistic point of view. Then at a point, some of these problems, they are going to think that they are not able to be solved at the end of the day. What does this mean? When someone sees a bigger problem like climate change, they're going to be like, me as one person, I'm not going to be able to solve it. Therefore, the things they talk about do not come into existence. But on that side of the house where you have confidence for a better future and you have people persevering amidst the challenges, it's going to be better to have that sort of affirmative action. Why? Because when you tell someone that your action isn't going to solve the problem and someone has that confidence and that hope that I can actually create a better future, it's going to be easier to get them to solve the problem than on their side of the house where someone already has it in their mind that it's going to be very hard for me to realistically solve this problem at the end of the day. So with all that, Chair, I clearly water down whatever argument their first speaker brings up, right? So moving on, Chair, to like our one of our arguments in this debate is on the fact that on that side of the house, you get people solving their problems better and people generally have better mental health at the end of the day. Why is this true? On that side of the house, you have people who have confidence in a better future at the end of the day and they see challenges as opportunities for growth, meaning that even when they get a problem, they are going to look for the benefits to like the brighter side of that problem and they are going to look for a way to maneuver through that problem at the end of the day. Let's take an example of someone who has not gotten the points they wanted to get in like Form 6 at the end of the day. The other side of the house, the person is going to mainly look at the risks they talk about and forget the good things. On the side of the house, the person is going to see this as an opportunity for growth and are going to look for ways to make themselves better at the end of the day, meaning that we solve problems better and have better mental health than on their side of the house.
So I'm grateful for everyone that is here. Thank you so much. So I think I'm going to begin my speech in a moment of a few. That is simply 3, 2, 1, go. Chair, for this particular debate, I think it is really imperative for us to understand the kind of dynamics we face in the world that we are existing, first of all. The kind of world that we are trying to show you, first of all, is one that has things like realism. We show you why this world is really beneficial and it really matters for us to really prefer it. Now, Chair, when that side of the House comes and explains and assumes that our side of the House really presents to you is one, that our side of the House really underestimates things like risks, which we don't really argue out for so much, which I'm going to come and explain back in my things of rebuttals. But now, Chair, they come and argue for things assuming that our side of the House does not really have things like a better future. But why do I challenge them on that? Why I think a better future is in the world where things like realism are existing is because, one, you're able to consider things like harms and risks involved whatever you are handling. So it means that you know what you are going to face, basically. So even though you're continuing to continue your way, you understand I have to do this. If I am pursuing engineering, I understand the dynamics that are involved in engineering. And it means that I'm going to go for something that I know will have this. So it makes me even understand my ability at a point in time also. And then also, Chair, they fail to understand the sense of humanity, basically, first rest of case. So what they tell us is one, what we tell you is one, things like people who are existing in a sense of humanity prioritize things that make them happy, things like wealth, things like economic development. That is the point of optimism. They hope to get that. But at the point in time where things like realism are existing, if I am setting up an industry, I put it in my mind that one, it will bring about things like industrialization, that will bring about things like global warming or climate change at a point in time. So it means that I am thinking of the dynamics going to the world at a point in time also. So it means that whatever I'm trying to talk about also, I understand how to affect the world, and I find something to solve that. So I am being more realistic. And then also, Chair, they argue out for things like having hope. But Chair, one thing you must understand is that hope is not a strategy and never has it been also. And then, Chair, they come and talk about our side of the House about things like negative attitude or mindset also. But Chair, what our side of the House simply tells you is one, why all the things probably may exist and maybe that the worst case scenario is one, but probably not the best case scenario. We tell you that one, it can't exist because I am considering the negative harms or impacts that may exist but I'm taking it. So it makes me able to take what I think I am capable of, what I may understand, Chair. What the side of the House fails to understand is that whatever dynamics we are carrying in the world, first of all, is because of optimism. How did things like climate change or global warming come about? Someone was just optimistic about economic development and didn't think about things like risks that may be involved and set up an industry. What is happening now? Things like global warming, things like acidic rains, things like heat waves, just because of optimism. But things like having things like realism, basically, as opposed to the side of the House simply, tells us one, you think about the negative harms or impacts that may exist on the side of the House also. So it means that you're able to program something that you're sure will set about a bigger standard in the world also. What will make you understand China first speech also, we explain for you that one, outside of the House looks at more of things like possibilities and not probabilities that I stand on. Things like optimism never based on truthful facts also. First of all, there is probably it happening or not also. So there is a failure. As opposed to realism, I know this may come my way and I will make sure it comes my way, as opposed to the side of the House also. What they fail to understand that what we are living in, we base on things like constraints and not intentions also. So we explain to you that this bases on a weight of simply having a possibility and not a probability, as repeated also. And then, Chair, outside of the House shapes people to be considerate, which means that I am able to be considerate with the environment from setting up my industry. If I'm going to do engineering, I'm considering what my brain can handle and do it basically, as opposed to that side of the House. And then, I'm going to explain for you why things like priorities are very important. Why priorities are very important is one, they make people happy. So if I am realistic, I take priorities because I know what I want at a point in time, at the end of the day also, as opposed to that side of the House that they fail to state for us also. Why does this come about, or how does it come about also, before I rest my ear? This really comes about that if I want something, I'll first consider my abilities. I am realistic enough. Can I handle it? But for them, first of all, they are just hopeful for it. They just assume it will take place, which has never been a strategy, proud to propose, sorry.
Okay, so am I audible? Okay, so I'll begin my speech in 3, 2, 1. So first of all, on a bit of rebuttal, what we get from what we get from first affirmative is that they come out and say that people in a realistic world, people in an optimistic world are going to be much more dominant towards the other people. But what actually happens in status quo is that when you're living in a realistic world, then people from marginalized societies are less likely going to go out for things such as revolutions or for things that can actually change them. What does this mean? Is that the marginalized societies in a realistic world are not going to actually go out and look for change. This sets a nice ground for the people at the top to oppress them. So in a realistic world, we actually end up with oppression of the people from marginalized societies. Second of all, they come out and they say that they get solutions to bigger problems. Well, I do not get how this happens, because first of all, in a realistic world, we end up with oppression of the marginalized people, and then these marginalized people can no longer think of solutions because it is not realistic. Because they are thinking realistically, and they are thinking that they cannot achieve these things. Marginalized from societies, certain people are marginalized from making decisions. In our world, everyone has a chance to dream, and hence people from marginalized societies to dream, and hence people from marginalized societies can actually come out and dream. We've seen Barack Obama being the first black president. If we lived in a realistic world, then we wouldn't have gone for this, because it's not something that's very realistic. Second of all, we come out and tell you that we actually achieve things that seem impossible. For example, the apartheid rule that happened in South Africa. It was not realistic that these blacks in South Africa going against the whole West. But then, because they lived in an optimistic world, because they had the chance to dream, and because they followed up their dreams, they actually ended up fighting for it, and we saw apartheid being removed. Third of all, we come out and we tell you that it is easier to deal with challenges when you live in an optimistic world. Now, why this is true is because even if you end up failing in your objective, you still look at the good side of things. You still look at the fact that you put in your effort, or you still look at the fact that you actually tried. In their side of the world, when someone actually goes up and fails, then they are going to think that why they failed because their failure was inherent to them. This means that they are going to continue blaming themselves, and hence they deal worse with disappointment. Fourth of all, what we bring to this debate is that how realistic are things in this world actually? Because things such as success that exist, whenever we go to social media platforms such as Instagram and X, you see videos and pictures of people like Messi and Ronaldo, and these pictures corrupt the minds of people to think that such things are realistic. What this then means is that people are going to go for things, people are going to expect to be things like champions, people are going to expect to be like world champions, people such as Messi on their side of the world, because even what seems to be realistic is not actually realistic. On our side of the world, people are not going to think of Messi succeeding because of only his hard work, but they are going to think of the chance that happens. When both sides end up failing, in our worst case scenario, when both sides end up failing, someone is going to know, well, there was a chance that I would pass, but there was a chance that I would also fail. And in that case, we end up dealing better with disappointment than on their side. I rest my case.
So I'll start my speech at C. A, B, C. So our debate today has been on whether the dominant society view should be a realistic one or an optimistic one. In our first speech, we show you why the kind of society view that exists in status quo is important to determine the kind of outcomes that the world is going to experience at the end of the day. So that means that all impacts that you get on our side of the house are on utility and sustainability. And we want to show you why all these outcomes we present in our speeches are exclusive to our side. Now, there has to be a clear difference between what realism looks like and what optimism looks like. We show you in our first speech that what realism looks like is that before people decide to do something, before people make a decision, before people act, they consider the risks involved in what they are going to do, and they consider the kinds of outcomes they are going to have and how they are going to affect society at the end of the day. That is something that people in the side of optimism do not consider. People that are arguing for the world of optimism think that as long as something is possible, it should be done. But we think that it is more important to consider probabilities of whether something is possible, is going to have positive outcomes or negative outcomes. That is what team opposition in this case does not look at throughout the debate. Now we want to show you why exclusivity exists on our side of the house. We show you that when people have an optimistic worldview, they are going to necessarily go for things that are going to highly benefit them personally, things they believe that they can do, regardless of whether they affect society positively or negatively, because they are driven by an incentive of possibilities. Whereas on our side of the house, we show you that people make decisions and act according to the risks that they are going to face, and they account for them and make sure that the probability of success of the decisions they are going to make is going to have the outcomes they expect at the end of the day. And then we also think, one thing also that stands out most in this debate is a world in which people are going to have the incentive to act for change. We think on our side of the house, because people understand that problems that exist in the world. People know that climate change is real. People know that poverty is real. People know why these things exist. They are going to make decisions that are going to actually contribute to solving these solutions, because we believe that then this gives them an incentive to act for change. Whereas on that side of the house, they think that what exists is that people act regardless on what they can do at that moment, not what they need to do. And finally, we think that that is important at the end of that day. And then we also think that the way a problem is solved at the end of the day is important. We think that on their side of the house, their problem analysis is going to be limited by their possibilities, by what they are able to do. That means they are going to ignore things that are inherently important in society because they haven't considered the risks and looked at solutions that can actually outcome them. Now we also think that another dangerous thing on their side of the house is the fact that they do not look at outcomes. We think that hope can be shattered by negative outcomes, and that is something that not assessing risks amounts to at the end of the day. We think that when people are optimistic and come up with ideas, when their ideas do not work out because they did not consider fundamental things while making their decisions, the hope they have to act shatters, and then that also limits their incentive to act for change at the end of the day. So we think that that is also very problematic on their side of the house. So because we show you why it's important to be realistic in making decisions, and why optimistic that we win this debate today, proud to propose.
So, Chair, I begin my speech in 3, 2, 1. Panel. So, what do you bring to today's resolution? In Team Affirmative, they come and show us their realistic world. It means in their side of the world, they are dealing with facts. In our side of the world, we come and show you that we are being hopeful, first of all. So, they keep on bringing about a question from their very first speaker. They keep on saying that in their side of the world, they have problems happening, so they are facing problems, but at the end of the day, their side of the world seeks to attend to their problems, solve their problems. But what is our engagement on that from our very second speaker? We come and shout in their side of the world, yes, they are mainly catering for the risks happening, but in our side of the world, we come and shout, even if these risks are happening, the problems are happening, these people are actually going to be optimistic, because they will be like, yes, these things are happening, but what better can we do in order to solve these problems happening? Their side of the world, yes, actually the risks are happening and there are problems, but at the end of the day, they will end up being optimistic. They will be like, what should we do in order to solve these problems? What better world can we do for a better world, our side of the world? From their first speaker, she comes and claims that in their side of the world, there is going to be improvements in standards of living. But then we ask ourselves, based from our second speaker, we ask ourselves, our second speaker talked about motivation. So if in their high, it is very big, it is a very big burden to them to manage. So how is it going to solve the other side of the world? How is there going to be improvement in standards of living as they claim as one of their impacts in the other side of the world? Yet there are people at this part being demotivated by this big problem that has happened at the end of the day. In our side of the world, how does so we are seeing this people are being optimistic? It means they are opting for something better at the end of the day. Yes, they agree at this problem, yes, but they will look at the positive, or even if their problems are existing, they'll be like, what can we do better such that we can achieve something good at the end of the day? Secondly, they keep on talking about how optimistic quals are likely to make people what? Dominant. How do they feel out on that argument? First of all, we come and show you that in their side of the world, they claim people are going to be dominant. But what is our engagement on that? We show them instead in their side of the world, since they are dealing with facts, people are rather going to be what? Are going to be marginalized. Why? We are seeing people in their side of the world. They will accept the fact that we are poor, so we can't do anything to solve what? Our soul goal, which doesn't happen in their side of the world. Thirdly, they come and give us come and say in our side of the world the problem is going to be ignored. It's in their side of the world is going. Come and fail to show us how these problems are going to be what? Kind of in their side of the world. They keep on saying their side of the world, people are going to have problems, risks, and solutions. But they're not far showing us what if these risks are very big, they can't be able to sustain them. What are they going to do in that what? To solve them. Outside of the world, we are like, if we are planning for something better, it means we are dealing with all what? We are agreeing all these risks are existing and can do something better. So they come and talk about keep on talk about sustainability. How does sustainability fell out on the other side of the world? They are failed to show us, if I'm being realistic, yes, I've started a business and I believe the risks are happening and we are solving them. So they are failed to show us how sustainable it's going to be if the risk is too big for them to solve. In our side of the world, how does sustainability work about? We come and show them that even if I'm optimistic and even if I have a problem that has come about, since I'm optimistic, I'll make sure that I'll do anything to achieve that major goal.
Okay, so Chair, we win this debate mainly because of three things. Firstly, when we talk about, then they are going to bring it forward, and then we are going to be able to solve the problem because we have bigger numbers and more creative solutions than on their side of the house. But then also, secondly, you get to realize that the only people who solve problems on their side of the house are the people who think that they realistically have the capacity to solve the problem. So you have people like, for example, if it was the colonial times, you're going to have the blacks not putting in effort to solve their problems of colonialism because they do not think they have the capacity or a chance against the whites who had guns, yet they did not have guns at the end of the day. So we still solve problems better because marginalized groups and people who are not marginalized both solve their problems because they have the hope and confidence in a better future. Their side of the house does not exist. But then also, secondly, let's talk about people going in to do certain things, because they talked about their side of the house, people consider the risks and the dangers. The difference here is on their side of the house, people still consider the risks and the dangers, but then they still consider things like the benefit or the good thing they're going to get. On that side of the house, what we showed you is that people are more likely to drop out of doing certain things because they have seen the risks and the dangers and they are not focusing on the positive things. On that side of the house, Chair, people are more likely to go for these things, and people are more likely to go in for these things because they see the benefits and they are going to be very prepared for like the risks and the dangers that are going to come in on these things. But then also, secondly, even in the worst case scenario, the side of the house of saying they look at the risks and the dangers, we gave you an example of someone wanting to become a professional footballer like Messi. What the world portrays to you is that notice that Messi became great because of hard work, not because of the additional skills and talents that he had on like that side of the house. Therefore, we go more prepared than on that side of the house.
let's go back to what status quo looks like. Status quo looks like climate change constantly getting worse, things like poverty dominating over 3 billion individuals in the world. At a point in time where you're more optimistic than realistic, you're more likely going to prioritize things that make you happy. That's why you have industrialization into action, and that's why you have people never considering the downfall or like the after effect of industrialization, because they constantly want to get rich, because they constantly want world dominance, because they constantly want to be the big shots. You have places like the US constantly causing harm to the rest of the world simply because they are more optimistic than realistic. Chair, we tell you, at a point in time where we have more problems in the world than ever before, it means that we opt to be realistic. At a point in time where would rather not engage in having solutions, at a point in time where we've weighed the risks of those particular choices that would make, and realize that if anything was to go wrong, the problems that we face currently would probably spiral and get worse. Would rather not go forward with that, would rather stay the way we are as long as we don't have things getting worse, Chair. We also tell you, Chair, that at the point in time, okay, necessarily on that side of the house, they say people are more likely to continue going forward at a point in time where they're more optimistic than realistic. Chair, notice that even when people are very optimistic and their optimism never gives them like end goals that they do prioritize, you notice that individuals are obviously not going to continue being very optimistic. Their hopes and their like intentions are going to be backed down. At a point in time where you're more realistic than optimistic, we think you more likely examine what went wrong when you tried to do something. That most likely means that you're going to consider things that failed you and you're going to put them into practice, or you're going to better them and have better solutions at the end of the day, Chair. We also explain to you and tell you, when priorities are folded into people's hands, you must at the point in time where the world is devastated right now, would rather have things that are more realistic, that can help the individuals thrive, rather than have people very optimistic and fail at the end of the day.
Who are the debaters? Yeah, come and talk to me. Come and talk to me. Someone from SETA? Are they hiding somewhere? What do you think about your quarterfinal? Do you think you make it? How did you find it?
I am not one who counts my eggs before they hatch, but it was an interesting round. I actually had to think. There are rooms you go to and you actually have to use your brain. So it was an interesting round. So I feel, though obviously I would want us to win, but I feel whoever takes the win at least would have played their burden to a certain role.
So do you feel like other rooms weren't thinking?
Other rooms were thinking, but I don't want to get there. I don't want to cause contradictions here. But at least I appreciate the team we got.
Oh, so she feels like the team they had this time was top notch. Okay. Daphne? Which is which? I see winner. Okay, let me just get one more. The room that was here. The room that was here. Someone from Namugongo? Anyone to come and... The person who watched the debate. Now this one I don't want participants. The one who was watching. Come and say something. Anyone from Namugongo who was watching the debate. Like real quick. What do you think? Then also, I'll need someone from Iganga Essence. The one who was watching the debate. Now you watched the debate. You guys don't want to speak. Or you are not watching the debate. You are worried. Okay. For them, they have refused to speak. It is fine. Okay, I have all results from 4 rooms of the quarterfinals, and there have been interesting rounds. Therefore, this far, I will start with room 4. In room 4, where we had St. Mbuga in proposition and St. John's in opposition, the team that proceeds to the semi-final, drum rolls. Drum rolls. The team that proceeds to the semi-final is the team that was debating in the opposition, St. John's. In quarterfinal room 3, where we had Chibuli in proposition, Seta A in opposition, it was a tight round. But the team that proceeds to the semi-finals, drummers, is the team that was debating in the proposition Chibuli Esses. From the live room, that was our semi-final room 2, and it was our live room. The debate was tight. The judges had to take time. They had to look through, but later they came up with a decision. And the people that we had were Iganga SS versus Namugongo. And the school that proceeds to the semi-final is a school with students. That school, okay. Yeah? There were people putting on a uniform. Okay, in the semi-final room 2, the team that debated in the opposition proceeds to the semi-final. Semi-final room 1. Quarter-final room 1. In the quarter-final room 1, where we have St. Catherine versus Bali Kudeme. That room had 2 judges, and they all agreed that the team that proceeds to the semi-final is the team that was debating from the opposition side. Now, listen, you're gonna give me just 2 minutes. I'll come back with your draw for semi-final and the round and the motion, then we'll roll. Thank you. Congratulations, the semi-finalists. Commiserations, the quarter-finalists. Yeah, you guys, it was a good fight. Being a quarter-finalist, it's good, it's good. I remember I was also quarter-finalist many times. This guy knows. Motion for the semi-final. So participants will be preparing as we have the public speech quarterfinals. I think that is very clear. So, the semi-final draw for debate. In room 1, we are going to have Chibuli SS. We are going to have Chibuli in the proposition versus St. John's in the opposition. That semi-final will happen here. Before the set. In room 2, where we have Namgongo in proposition versus St. Bali Kudembe in opposition, that semi-final will happen in the room just next there. And the semi-final motion.
Is the info slide?
The semi-final motion has an info slide. The semi-final motion has an info slide, so you're going to have time to prepare. Listen, you are a youth in leadership, passionate about climate and human rights. The government has a policy designed to guarantee jobs and more money into the economy, but it will come at the cost of the environment, and a significant number of lives will change because of these decisions. You are the final signatory to approve these designs as a leader. Tomorrow, there will be a demonstration organized by climate activists, but also need your approval with a signature to carry out the demonstration. Motion. This House, as the youth leader, would sign the policy. One more time, the info slide. You are a youth leadership, passionate about climate change and human rights. The government has a policy designed to guarantee jobs and more money into the economy, but it will come at the cost of the environment, and a significant number of lives will change because of this decision. You are the final signatory to approve these designs as a leader. Tomorrow, there will be a demonstration organized by climate activists, but also need your approval with a signature to carry out the demonstration. Motion, this House, as the youth leader, would sign the policy. All the best semi-finalists, let's have the quarterfinal for public speech. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Sasha Letitia and I salute you all. My job here today is very simple. Let's take a minute and look around us. See the favorable climate we have, see the beautiful soils that we have, and see the energetic workforce within ourselves. Don't you think we can do a better job with such resources? It breaks my heart to see that as a country, we are still struggling with issues of unemployment and collection of very little revenue, yet we have been blessed with all these various resources. So today I have come to offer a solution to this malignant answer that is tarnishing our economy and pulling us back as a country. Processing coffee is the only compass that is going to guide us to our destination. Well, coffee is a crop in our country that is doing well because as among African countries, Uganda is one of the best at processing coffee, though we are doing it raw. But how about we transition to processed coffee? This is going to yield us 3 times more than raw coffee would. So this is going to first of all increase our revenue as a country, and it won't only do that, but it also going to help increase the finances that are going to go into the farmers' pockets. Besides that, as a country, we are having issues of health. We are struggling with our health, and one of the rampant diseases is diabetes. So, did you know that processed coffee can help us reduce the risk of type 2 diabetes? I know you may be wondering, how is that possible? But I would like to let you know that processed coffee has antioxidants and polyphenols that can increase the insulin sensitivity towards reducing your sugar levels. So if we transition to processing our coffee rather than exporting it raw, we are going to have such issues dealt with in our country. Besides that, we are going to have employment opportunities. The process of processing coffee has a number of steps, such as cherry separation, starting from harvest. We are going to have drying, we are going to have pulping, and these are all steps that need people to get into those workplaces and do their jobs. So these are all avenues whereby so many youths in Uganda who are 75% unemployed are going to have jobs. So I'm really passionate about coffee processing, and I believe with this golden crop thriving well in our country, if we come together and take action and support this business idea, we are going to do a great job as a country, and we are going to develop economically. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's have number 19. Number 19.
How many minutes am I getting? Sorry. Okay, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, haven't you ever dreamt of living in a world where police aren't constantly running after criminals, where government isn't literally spending 10 trillion just to curb this vice we call corruption? Well, ladies and gentlemen, let me lead you to the one thing that is going to help you cross that bridge to tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, I introduce to you Jäger. Jäger is a German word meaning what? Hunter. And this AI is one of the most sophisticated AIs that I can present to you right now. Trust me, it beats Meta, it beats Siri, and it even beats Google. Why do I say this? When you look at the current Uganda right now, government is literally losing 10 trillion trying to curb corruption just because they're trying to make the economy grow. But at the same time as they're trying to curb this corruption, they are losing so much money, but they're not getting anywhere because we are still seeing corruption as one of the biggest things hindering the economic progress in Uganda. So now, if we actually take on Jäger, then we will actually be able to work to curb corruption, because Jäger does not only carry out lifestyle auditing without even involving a human being, it does it automatically. All you have to do is put in the minister's name and all the person's details will come in. Let alone that, Jäger does not only bring in the person's details, but it actually calculates the amount of money the person is supposed to receive in the whole year, and let alone that, compare it to the amount of wealth he has. So now when we look at a gadget like Jäger and the lifestyle audit the government is using, whereby it's losing 10 trillion, then that means that Jäger is so much better, because Jäger just needs a little bit of time and it just needs to recharge for something like 1 hour, and then it will cover like 20 ministers within the shortest time possible. So now when we look at Jäger, besides that, Jäger also works with nanochips. When I talk about nanochips are tiny robots that you can insert into another gadget, and then they will become part of that gadget. Yes, I think you're understanding me. So like now, when these nanochips become part of that gadget, they actually become a part and they can show Jaeger where that gadget is located. So like now, a great man once said that crisis is the mother of innovation. So now as we look at the huge crisis in Uganda right now, which is corruption, if we actually adapt Jaeger, which can actually carry out lifestyle auditing without actually having to spend any money, because first and foremost, instead of spending 10 trillion, Jaeger is at something like, let me say, 500,000, whereby its gadgets are far easier to use than what? Lifestyle auditing. So pitch my product, take it on, and you'll see a change in Uganda's economy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that speech. Let's welcome number 21. Number 21.
The head of Coffee Farmers Association, my name is Rosalia Gloria, the head of Coffee Farmers Association, Eastern Uganda. Today I'm going to talk about the Malt Espresso, a product made from coffee. We all know that Uganda is the 6th exporter of coffee in the world. But with Malt Espresso, we are likely to make it to the 1st exporter of coffee and its products to the world. Malt Espresso has a lot of benefits, such as it can act as an antioxidant. Malt Espresso can also help in constipation, and it can also be packed in different sizes in order to make it transportable and easy to export. This product can be sold at tourist sites. It can also be sold at airports, and it can easily be carried in bags and small purses. The product will improve the economy of Uganda because it will improve the market of coffee, since coffee being exported in only coffee beans is like making a loss for Uganda. But then when you make it into a powder, Malt Espresso, the coffee powder we are going to be making, it will increase in the amount, helps increasing on the taxes given and the taxes got from exportation of products in Uganda. So I call upon the government and investors to extend their help to Malt Espresso Uganda in order to enable my product to sell in the outside world and improve on the economy of Uganda. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that speech. We are going to have
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for attending this conference. Today we are all gathered here to look for a way forward to improve on the economy of our country. Now here we have the Ministry of Agriculture, and I am here to represent the UCDA. And we look at coffee as a very important product of Uganda. We all know that agriculture is a sector that has brought Uganda's economy from very far. We know that we are very good at agriculture. We have the soil that is suitable for growing crops. So we are looking at coffee as our product today. Dear Ministry of Agriculture, today we bring to you a product of coffee. Coffee is a product that we need you to invest in order to raise the economy, to develop our economy as a country. Currently, coffee is only being exported in seeds, And now we would like to also manufacture it. When we manufacture it, we find that we shall be receiving about double of what we are getting Now, last year we had 71 billion, and just imagine where we have manufactured also processed coffee. There we shall have about 142 billion just from the coffee industry. Now our plan is to set up a factory where we shall be manufacturing half of the products. We can have the individuals of the country planting coffee, and then we shall export it. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you, number 22. Let's have number 23. Number 23.
The best way I can tell you about my product is by telling you how I came up with this idea. Now, do we all know the trending slogan, economy, economy, to mean that the economy is upside down? Now, have you ever sat and wondered why that is true? It is because, one, 90% of the people in Uganda today are lazy to go to work. More than 70% of government officials today are corrupt. And then lastly, smuggling is also to its maximum. So one day, as I was seated in the sitting room, an idea crossed my mind. I said, what if we could turn this situation upside down? That the opposite becomes a reality. How? That the laziest people turn into the most hardworking people. That the most corrupt officials turn into the most patriotic citizens. That the best smugglers in the nation turn into the most ethical exporters of the nation. And so, ladies and gentlemen, investors in the building, my name is Mutegechi Trevor, and this is how I came up with a GDP rise. GDP rise is a pill made by Ham Industries, and when you take it, you become hardworking, patriotic, and attain a business mindset. And in a nutshell, all this elevates our economy. Well, currently, I acknowledged that there are many existing solutions of a low economy. That is true and a fact. But what makes my product outstanding is that its level of effectiveness and efficiency is high, way greater than the others. How? It is only one pill and you take it once. But the result is you become hardworking, patriotic for the whole life you live. And then secondly, it solves the root cause of a low economy. The root cause of a low economy starts with the character of the people themselves. And by the fact that it is solving the problem of people's character, then it becomes the most suitable product on market. And with all this uniqueness, I don't believe there is no president of any country that wouldn't want to buy this for his people. Meaning that if you are an investor and invest in this, be assured of a ready market. And as I leave, on a sad note, I know we are over 1,000 investors. But the bad news is I can only sell this to one person. But however, the matrix is who calls me first. So I will leave my business card. So with all this, I can go at home and see and sleep, knowing that I have told you whatever thing about my product. I'll be very eagerly waiting for who calls first. Will it be you or someone else? I remain Mutegechi Trevor from Ham Industries.
Thank you, Trevor. Thank you. Number 29 should be on the way. Number 29.
set by the United Nations. SDG 2, zero hunger. Fellow investors that are present here, if you invest in this, we're hitting two birds with one stone. Yes, we're fighting the hunger that's within our country. We're fighting the hunger that's actually abroad. Yes, but we are also boosting our economy. We are growing our economy in such a way that we are exporting our foods that people actually want, because certain countries actually test the produce that we export outside to make sure it's not contaminated with any of those fertilizers that were given to us as a solution to soil infertility. Ladies and gentlemen, if we invest in this, we shall be combating unemployment, because those farms themselves will be employing so many people, making people work so hard, increasing the taxes actually paid within the country. The government earns its share through the taxes that are paid, both through the exports, both through those that are working on the farms. And we, the people, get what to eat. Those that are in the Middle East get what to eat. Those that are in Russia get what to eat. Those that are in Iran get what to eat. Those that are in those areas that are faced with war get something that they can eat. At the same time, we benefit a lot more than they do, because we hit two birds with one stone. My stomach and my economy. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that speech. Number 30, you should be here.
It. Fellow innovators, I come to you today with an idea that has the power to transform not only Uganda's economy, but also the lives of millions of hardworking individuals that depend on agriculture for their livelihoods. Our economy, as we all know, is predominantly rooted in agriculture, but the main obstacle here is that our farmers face an unpredictable challenge of rainfall. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you EcoStream, a sustainable solar-powered irrigation system, a solution that will revolutionize the way we farm here in Uganda. This system will allow our farmers to irrigate their crops efficiently, even during the dry season. A system that is powered by the way the very sun shines over us every day. With the ability to farm year-round, farmers can grow more crops, diversify their production, and ultimately increase their income. This therefore means higher yields of coffee, tea, maize, and so on, thus boosting our economy through agricultural exports. But this is not just about the farmers. It's about our country at large. Creates the foundation for a stronger, more resilient economy tomorrow.
Thank you for that speech. Number 31.
Kwagala Uganda yange nkweyitira mama, nkweyitira kirabo kyange, nkweyitira nyabo, ate oba abalala bali ku nkalajja zennyini mayinja ddungu, otuzi balaba ndaba kuti naye ng'obasanga nabo bawana nange kankuwaneko Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, in 1908, Winston Churchill named Uganda as the Pearl of Africa due to its extraordinary landscapes, wildlife, and overall wealth. Till date, Uganda is still considered as the Pearl of Africa despite the challenges it faces as a country.
Ladies and gentlemen, we can still change the economy of Uganda if we work together and boost it through tourism. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 10 national parks and several game parks that harbor unique features such as the mountain gorilla, the golden monkey, and the Ugandan cub. Besides that, we also have captivating features such as the mountain renzori, the source of the Nile, and also the unique culture of the Batwa and Karamojong. Ladies and gentlemen, we see that countries like Thailand, Italy, and France have used tourism to boost their economic status. In the same way, we can use tourism to boost our country's economic status through market campaigns that target international travels as well as investors and visitors. Ladies and gentlemen, we should also consider improving infrastructure leading to tourist destinations and national parks. Besides that, let's not forget to work on the hotels and resorts, especially those in underdeveloped regions. Ladies and gentlemen, in a nutshell, it always seems impossible until it's possible. Our dear investors, we can boost our country's development, economic status through tourism. Thank you.
Three, two, one. The Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Honorable Matia Kasaija, the Minister of Agriculture, the Head of National Coffee Research Institute, potential investors, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all. I stand before you as Ahabwe Herman Paul, an economic analyst, and I stand before you today to sort out an issue that I truly believe will be our next economic status improvement. So, allow me to show you something small. According to the Uganda Coffee Development Institute, we have about approximately 1.7 million households currently in Uganda involved in coffee growing. Why do I say this? The pitch or today's product that I'm bringing to you is none other than coffee growing. Why do I say this? I'll get to that. Well, we see that about in the last year, 2024, in December 2024, we had an outstanding 115 US dollars generated from us exporting what? Coffee. So imagine if we managed to generate only this amount, or all this from just the 1.7 million households engaging in coffee, then how much more can we harness if we're able to now fully expound on it? Let me give you a picture. Currently, we only have 1.7 million households. You see, 1.7 alone, out of a population of about what? 48, 49 million Ugandans today. So if only 1.7 million are engaging in coffee growing, and they are able to provide us with an outstanding income of 115.2 million US dollars, then imagine if we have an increase in the households, how much more can we get from it? So how is us engaging in coffee growing going to benefit us? A, we're going to have the boosting of our economy. How so? We're going to have boosting of the export revenue. How? We're going to have increase in our foreign exchange earning. We're going to have the trade opportunity coming in. Why? Very many countries in the world engage in coffee growing. Very many countries out there are engaging in coffee growing. So that means us engaging in coffee growing, that means we're going to have a wider market. And then second over, how is it boosting our economy? We're going to have the creation of jobs directly through more farmers engaging in it, as well as indirectly through the coffee shops that will be buying the what? The coffee. So ladies and gentlemen, for our future and for a sustainable future, take note, sustainable, I truly believe the product that we should all invest in, dear investors, is none other than coffee growing. Rather than you dreaming of the future, let's make it. Let's make a difference. Let's make the Uganda we all dream of. Through us investing in coffee, we can actually live the dream. We can actually be what we desire to be. Together, we are unstoppable. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. Are we good? We are good? Okay, my judges for debate, I hope you are all around. We're gonna do this real quick. I think after the semi-final, our lunch will be ready. We shall be having our lunch. So like I said, in semi-final room 1, this is going to be semi-final room 1, and I expect the teams to be here. You've had enough time to prepare. Immediately I read, take up your seats. The judges will come and the round starts. We're going to have Chibuli SS in proposition versus St. John's in opposition. Please clap for them as they come. So the judges in this room are going to be Okello Trinity, Emmanuel Opejo, and Shanita. Yeah, please come. And Opejo, you will chair this room. So in semi-final room 2, Namugongo, please, semi-final room 2 is going to be a room there just right after the first room. The next room, take that direction and you're going to have your semi-final from there. Namugongo in proposition versus St. Mali Kudembe in opposition. We are going to have Lamaro as the chair for that room. Then we shall have Cynthia as a panelist and Daphne also as a panelist. Okay, fine. With all that said, I think we should get rolling. We are going to use 4 minutes of speech and 2 minutes reply. Nothing has changed. You've had the motion. Just to confirm the motion for the judges, can you read the motion you have? Only the motion.
This House, as the youth leader, would sign the policy.
Oh, okay. Before we start, they are going to announce. Okay, they are going to announce the results for poetry semi-final. They will be preparing. When these guys are done, poets, you'll have your semi-final as well here.
Thank you so much, CA. Good afternoon, members. All right, I am going to announce the results for poetry in both rooms for quarterfinal. I will begin by telling you that we have selected only 8 positions, but in number 6, we have 3 people tying up, and number 7, we have 3 people tying up. Therefore, we did not have number 8. In number 7, we have Namlondo Faith Elizabeth breaking up for semi-final. Give her some hand clap. Then we have Adong Flavia P breaking up for semi-final. We have Areka Regina breaking up for semi-final. In number 6, we have Bwenje Benjamin Kawagata. We have Bilunji Shatra. We have Bwenje Isaac. The 3 have tied up in the 6th position. Number 5, we have Aman Keren. Number 4, we have Rukundo Hana. Number 3, we have Pasco Mirishe. Number 2, we have Kamara Elizabeth. And the winner with the highest speaker points is none other than Jeron Paul Chiza. Thank you so much. After this, we are coming here for semi-final poetry. I wish you the best.
Hi guys. Hello. Hello semi-finalists. My name is Emmanuel. I'm going to be the chair for this round, but with me I have a panel of interesting judges that just going to introduce themselves before we start. So I think I'm going to start with the lady.
Hello everyone. How are you feeling, the semi-finalists? Yeah, we pray that you go through for finals. My name is Terry Shanita. I'll be your judge for this debate.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. I'm by the names Okello Trinity. I'm going to be one of the panelists for this debate round. Thank you.
All right, so I think we're just going to start, but before we start, first proposition speaker, can you just read me the motion? It's in the policy. Third opposition speaker, read me the motion. All right. Okay. So he's gonna keep time, and you can use the debate card. Tell them how you're gonna keep time.
All right. So we shall be using 4 minutes. If the first minute is done, you will hear some bell here. Sit on the board. Are you listening? If the first minute is done, you will hear this sound. If all the 3 are done and you are left with 1, I will again ring. And if all are done, I will ring double. Okay? Meaning your time will be half. May the best team win.
All right, thank you very much, Trinity. So let's have, I think let's just have the first proposition speaker. Here.
I'm going to begin my speech in 3, 2, 1. This House as a youth leader would sign the policy. Now let me look at my burden as a youth leader. My burden as a youth leader is to essentially provide sustainable and long-run solutions to the social welfare of the people. And this then means, if it means me having to pay a small price such that in the long run we are going to be able to achieve these things, then essentially it is my role and it is my burden to take care of the people, right? The mere fact that I see the problems that are affecting the environment right now, I feel like it's very essential to sign the policy, because in the first place we are living in a highly monetized economy, and even the changes in climate change that they might want to make cannot be achieved by merely planting trees. No, this will mean going things like green energy, which will need empowered youth who actually have money, youth actually going to put in money for these things. So we as team proposition see that this is a small price to pay for the betterment of the youth in the long run at the end of the day, right? Because we are seeing that the economy we are living in currently and the state of climate change, you need to have money to make a difference, right? Maintaining status quo then looks like us leaving the problems as they are, because we see the problems in status quo have not addressed those issues sufficiently. Why? Because they do not have the money to empower these people. So we are saying, let us give these youth jobs, and even if it affects the climate, we see that in the long run we're actually going to be in better ability to actually sustainably remove these things. The goals in status quo, much as they are there, they're not doing their jobs efficiently, right? What they are doing is providing small solutions that are not even permanent, that are not even sustainable, right? On our side of the house, we see that this is a small price so that we can be able to actually
actually achieve sustainable goal. Even if on their side of the house they might want to argue that maybe to a certain extent I am affecting the people's welfare and how the people are looking at. Our main aim is looking at sustainability and the long run figures. And how so? The effect of this is then going to mean we are going to have more jobs in the economy. We are going to have a better and a bigger and a more empowered youth. We are going to have people who are very innovative and very creative because now they have the ability. And this then means they are going to realize that we have these problems. Yes, and since we have the money to solve these problems, let us work on these problems. We are looking at the long run effect of this. Outside the house is going to prove to you today how this is merely a small price to pay, and even then how we can better mitigate the problems affecting climate change in our side of the house than their side of the house, right? Now, what has actually pushed us to sign this policy, right? The reason why we've actually been pushed to sign this policy, looking at the more urgent effects affecting society. Youth do not have jobs, and unemployment is essentially affecting climate degradation with no solutions. What unemployment is doing, it is making people go to look for jobs actually affecting the climate with no solutions. Even when what we are going to do is going to affect the climate to a certain extent, right? We are going to be able to get solutions for how we're going to get solutions for how we're actually affecting the climate. So which then means we need to change the situation in status quo, because we see that at the end of the day it is what has to be done, right? Then another reason is that the rate of unemployment have increased so drastically, and unemployment in of itself means that people are actually going to move to money ventures. So they're going to look for quick ways of getting money irrespective of how they're getting that money, and they're going to have no sense of, let me say, wanting to give back to the society. But then in our work plan, we are going to see that we are going to give these youth jobs, and with time we are going to begin demanding for them to actually give us different solutions to the problems affecting society. So what we are doing is that we are creating problems with a solution, and we see that these problems are actually very small, because the harm we are going to cause to society is a reversible harm. We are not going to cause any permanent damage to society. No, what we are going to give society is a reversible harm that at the end of the day, when they have the money to actually reverse this harm, they can reverse it in a more sustainable way. And this then means that in the long run, we're actually going to have a world with better climate. Like, even if on their side they might want to come and argue the effect that we are going to cause in society, we have come and we are going to show to you how we have been able to actually provide this solution. Now let us look at a world where we don't sign this policy. This world then looks like providing solutions without problems. With that, I rest my case.
This sounds as the youth leader would sign the policy. I begin my speech in 3, 2, and 1. Says opposition creates a world whereby they're aiming for economic kind of development rather than the well-being of the people. We are saying that they're putting to the fore the kind of solution. They are giving us that there is not going to be a kind of, we are telling in their kind of world there is going to be change, but this kind of change which has solutions without problems. We do not believe, as a opposition, we believe clearly that there is no a kind of a solution without any solution to be put in place. There should be a kind of a problem, and our side we are putting to the fore the environment over kind of employment, because one, we believe that a better environment impacts the better kind of people in a kind of a situation, because we believe people in Karamoja are facing things like climatic, they are facing things like environmental kind of problems, because one, they do not have that kind of a good environment. That's why we are seeing many of them starving. So you cannot tell me that you are going to kind of destroy environment on the expense of money. However, those people have the resources, have everything, but because they do not have that kind of environment or good environment, that's why they are still starving. That's why they are facing things like drought. And therefore, their word does not fit in our word, because they are just advocating for a short time kind of a cause. But for us, we are advocating for a long time kind of cause, whereby we are advocating for environmental change, because we believe their kind of world is going to advocate for things like 10 years, maybe if it is a mining sector, 10 years in a mining sector whereby people are going to be provided by jobs. But what is going to be the impact of this? Because if they destroy the environment, you're going to see that the long-term effects which the people are going to face, like drought, famine, and kind of floods in this long term are going to be things which are going to be long term. For example, 100 years of toxic legacy, whereby these industries are going to create at the end of the day are going to create things like pollution. That's why we are seeing that a lot of youth in our country are facing things like starvation, because you have a case scenario whereby in Kasese 200 people succumb to floods. And why should we risk our people? Why should we risk the health of the people at the expense of environment, at the expense of kind of environmental change? Pano, what do we present to you in our kind of world? We are putting to the fore things like economic, we are putting to the fore our climate, or rather environmental kind of conservation. Because one, if we conserve the environment, we are going to create a more kind of conducive world whereby people are not going to starve, because one, our land is going to be there. We think in our country whereby a lot of companies have been kind of constructed in waterlogged areas, and what is the long-term effect? We are seeing that Lake Victoria pollution factories created jobs to the people, but what happened in the long run? A lot of fish livelihood was kind of disrupted, and what happens in what impact does it create to the people? We are lacking people because the fish livelihood were destroyed. At the end of the day, people are going to starve. They're not going to have that food. At the end of the day, these swamps the floods are going to kind of take away people's lives at the expense of creating employment. But we think that our government is going to have that kind of a burden to fight climate change and the expense of creating employment. Because you are seeing that droughts in Karamoja, the UN spends US $500 million every year to aid land degradation. And then why do we resort to something which is of more harm to our kind of a world than something which is more good for us? As said, opposition, we are advocating for the health and well-being of the people, because we believe if the people are in a good kind of a society, we believe that everyone, we are going to be able to create employment, because you have seen our country, our kind of government trying to create a kind of a proper or kind of a good environment. Therefore, we present to you that for us in our world, we are not going to kind of promote environment, we are not going to promote the expense of creating employment on the expense of environmental collapse, because one, its impacts are long-term, their effects are long-term, are short-term, which is not the same to our kind of a world. So, no jobs matter if the home of a little kid in Kasese, if a little kid is succumbing to things like starvation because of drought, and no harm matters when a person is dying because of floods. We believe that the long-term effects of this kind of a good are going to be kind of worse to our kind of a world. Allow me some.
Start my speech in 3, 2, 1. So, Chair, we understand the fact that team opposition comes here and maybe talks about things like solving the problems that are existing, problems like environmental unsustainability, starvation and floods due to maybe climate change and stuff like that. But then when they talk about that world that looks like that, we then look at a world with good climate, but then what a world with good climate and zero economic development. We then look at a world that where the youth are starving and perspiring through very many things, but then without good climate. Is this a world a youth leader would want for their fellow youths? So, dear Judge, as my first speaker came here and explained, the actor's role as firstly, in the long-term run and sustainable welfare to the people. What does this then mean? This means that as a youth leader, you should firstly mainly concern about what is going to happen to your fellow youths. Do you want them to live in a good environment without the employment, versus a good environment with the economic development and a solution to the climate problems that may come in the long-term run? That's what our side of the house has today. We then look at things like maybe in the long-term run, we understand the fact that there is going to be sustainability, and maybe we're going to understand that there is the fact that there is sustainability, because in the first place we look at things like maybe if at all there is economic growth, we understand the fact that there is going to be funding for what? For changes in the climate. There is going to be creativity and innovation for changes in the climate. So would you rather prefer a world which has maybe environmental problems, rather than a world that is providing for you a good environment and a
and good economic growth. We then also look at, we are going to have the money to adapt to clean energy that is going to also help our country that is going to help the country with the economic development. We look at the positive changes that are going to come with our with the long-term run of the change as explained in our first speech. We understand that the fact that our change is going to be positive, we are then going to be meeting things like urgency and effectiveness and efficiency. We then look at things like in the long-term run, our policy is then more urgent because we understand the fact that we are dealing with a poor economy, and then with a poor economy, we then look at the fact that we have to develop our economy vis-a-vis the climate change that is ongoing. So you can't just come here and give us a counterfeit that is maybe employment without just saying that maybe you're going to protect your environment, but without the economic growth that is going to be evident. We then come and give you maybe the factor of efficiency in the long-term run, as my first speaker came here and talked about. We understand that in the long-term run, efficiency is going to be then met in a way that we are going to look at maybe as the youth are dealing with economic development and growth, as they are the biggest population in particular countries, there's going to be economic growth, and then with the economic growth, there's going to be creativity and innovation that is going to maybe lead to a more sustainable world. Then this kind of maybe climate change and climate activism may not happen. So we then understand the fact that looking at the climate activism that is going to go on in the country, we see that we are going to be given we're going to be given with what? We're going to be provided with money for the solutions that will come along with the climate changes. So then as the youth leader who is very passionate about climate change and human rights, you're meeting all your two roles as the youth leader. So then why would you stand up and say you're maybe going to employ youth and maybe eradicate climate change in ways that are not evident at all? So then we also understand that their case is null and void because they come here and say maybe they are putting forward environmental conservation. We understand that as the youth leader, you put forward environmental conservation, but then you don't forget the key factor as to why you're fighting for your youth, to get maybe economic development and jobs for them, to maybe understand that climate change exists and what are you willing to do for the climate change. Then what we give you on our side of the house basically caters for all of that, because we understand the fact that as a youth leader, you have to maybe concentrate on what your youth want, and that is economic development and the climate change. I beg to rest.
Why would we go in for a long-term climate change, which is even irreversible, just because of money, which is short-term? Panel, allow me to begin my speech in 3, 2, and 1. Panel, the current speaker came out saying that a world with good climate, with no development, is not needed. Panel, I'd like to inform you, a world with a bad climate or harsh climate with good development is also not needed. Why? This climate is going to torture the people, hence causing floods and also causing landslides. That's why we say, saying that it's like the affirmative side, it is only catering for those who are the rich. Hence this harsh climate is going to be affecting more the poor, since they cannot overcome the eco-slide in their areas. And I would like to tell you that no job matters if your home is underwater. Although I work in a very big factory and I'm the executive director, when my home is in water, it's like I have nothing in the world. That's why we say that this house, as the youth leader, we would not sign this policy. Panel, for us, we say that instead of signing this policy, let us just use our nature so that we can benefit. Uganda, we have a good nature. We can use this nature to promote tourism. And in promoting tourism, it's going to come with a lot of things. For example, infrastructure development in the country. For example, roads, hostels, and accommodation, which is going to cause the development, hence even solving the issue of employment, which we are insisting of. Hence, if we have gone in that way, we have not affected the climate, and again, we have managed to overcome the problem of unemployment in the country, hence overcoming everything which you have said. Panel, she talked about that. What they are going to do is it is going to promote efficiency in the economic growth. I would like to inform you, promoting efficiency in the economic growth, but leading to something which is long-term, a 100-year time to reverse it, to come back to have good climate. It is not in order. For example, Lake Victoria pollution factories created jobs, but killed fish but killed fish homes, which has impacted. For example, this is going to cause an impact of getting jobs, but where have you left the fish? Where have you left the nature which is going to support us? Even the water used at your school is got from Lake Victoria. Panel, that's why we say this, what they want to do is going to cause environmental collapse, which is more urgent than the gross domestic product growth. What I mean is the GDP, whereby they want to present the industries by destroying the forests so that they can use these industries to give the people the jobs so that they can overcome the problem of unemployment, so that even they can overcome the problem of increased crime rates in the country. That's why we say, for us to rule this, of not implementing and using our nature as the way forward, it is going to also eliminate this problem. That's why we say, let's explore alternative solutions that balance both economic needs with sustainability and environmental protection. In doing this, we as the opposition side, we are going to invest in the tourism sector, the renewable energy and eco-friendly industries that are going to produce products without affecting the nature, and also those products are not going to affect we as the people. That's why we say, for us as the opposition side, we cater more for the poor and the rich, meaning that for us we are more inclusive than them, whereby for them they just want to cater for only the rich, whereby the rich for them they can surpass the eco side, but the poor cannot surpass the eco side. Then, for us, we want to promote economic development. No, economic development often worsens the environment, since the environment, this impacts us. Allow me to raise my case.
I'll begin in 3, 2, 1. So panel, what team opposition comes and presents to us is a case that's only going to show us problems but does not present any solutions. What we understand is that in our resolution we already identified the fact that climate change is already existent. So which means that the fact that we are not going to sign this policy, or whatever we do at this point, we understand climate change will exist. Even without our policy ever existing, we understand that climate change still took place. So therefore, this does not mean that the signing of our policy is going to initiate climate change, and it doesn't mean that at the end of the day, it is the signing of our policy that has created climate change. We understand the fact that climate change is the problem is in status quo, and this is the problem that is supposed to be solved at the end of the day. So now this is what our team comes and tells you it is going to solve it. First of all, who is in better position to solve the problem of climate change, at the same time give the youth money. So this is what we're trying to look at. First of all, we look at the fact that if we sign our policy, then we are going to ensure that the youth are going to get money. So now we look at a world where we are trying to eradicate the effects of climate change. In which world would it be more attainable for us to eradicate the effects of climate change? In a world where, first of all, people are broke and cannot adjust to electricity, or in a world where we come and we tell them that you are not supposed to destroy the environment, but at the same time, if you're broke and you can only cook with charcoal, that's your fault. So this is the issue that we're facing in our resolution. First of all, second of all, I would like to ask them one question. In that world where our policy is not signed, do they assure us that there will be no climate change? Because they come and they tell us in their main speech that the reason as to why we cannot sign this policy is because climate change is going to be an outcome. But then we come and explain to you, or we come and ask them a question: is climate change going to be non-existent in their world where the policy is not signed? We also understand that since climate change is inevitable, it is still going to exist. Number three, they come and tell us that climate change is going to lead to starvation, is going to lead to floods, and then people are going to suffer because of our policy that has led to these things. But then, since apart from the fact that we have said it's not on the policy that's going to mainly cause these things are going to happen inevitably, the fact that in their world people do not have money because they have not been given jobs and they cannot. So now, therefore, if my house is submerged underwater, am I in a better position to handle this problem when I'm broke or when I have money? This is what our house comes and presents to you. The fact is that the problem in status quo is climate change, and my house is submerged underwater. At the end of the day, I am the one who has the capacity to help myself and go through this hardship because I have the money to probably get another house in another area, and at the end of the day, I have still a place to live because I can afford to get another place to live. What they fail to understand is the fact that if I have a problem and I do not have money, then it's most likely that this problem is going to affect me negatively at a larger scale than if I had money. Number three, we come and ask you which world is more sustainable in this case. Look at a world where which world is more sustainable and which world is more realistic to gain an people do not have money, and at the end of the day, climate change is still going on, so we do not have the right capacities to eradicate climate change. So at the end of the day, you have failed as a youth leader and at the same time as a climate advocate. So what have you done in this case? What we have done in our world is the fact that we have first of all eradicated poverty, and at the same time, we have enabled our people to have the capacities to adapt to cleaner ways of existence. That means that we have eradicated the problem of climate change in the long run, and in the short run, we have eradicated poverty. That is what we are here for as a climate activist. Then we come and we ask you, which environment are you conserving? So now look at this, ladies and gentlemen. If climate change already exists, then that means that probably I am going to die because of a flood. If I'm broke, I'm going to die because of famine. At the end of the day, have you really helped me? I'm also part of the environment and I deserve it.
Food for your children, is it justifiable for you to kill them, or instead you should work hard to provide for them? I begin my speech in 3, 2, and 1. Panel, Team Negative comes up and tells us that, when people are unemployed, they resort to crimes due to that kind of unemployment. And they ask us a question, which world is more sustainable? A world where there is unemployment, or a world where climate change has happened? I would love to bring to your notice that climate change is an irreversible kind of situation, because even if you try to kind of reverse it, you can't bring that kind of good kind of climate which existed before. That's why we tell you that life is the priority. Which world is more sustainable? Our world is more sustainable because poverty can be overcome in a long run, unlike death. Because you are seeing, my first speaker tells you that what importance is it to be in a big office in Kampala because I have a job, there is employment, and then I hear that my house has been taken away by floods, including my kind of property, which consists of 1.2 million. Pano, they come up and they tell us that, do we assure that there won't be climate change? Of course, climate change will be there, but not on the highest rate. Why are we saying that? Instead of signing this kind of policy to curb the unemployment when it's affecting the climate change, it's then justifiable, as team opposition we say, to kind of since is used to kind of conserve this kind of environment, because the environment can have, in the long run, provide that kind of employment. We have seen many companies come up which deal in agricultural products like selling food and other kind of things. Pano, as Team Affirmative, we say that the government policy promises economic growth and job creation, but at a steep kind of cost, environmental degradation and potential loss of life. As the opposition, we argue that the youth leader should not sign this policy due to its kind of long-term consequences. Panel, my first speaker comes up and my second speaker comes out and tells you that will affect tourism. You know that tourism is the best sectors that we get kind of revenue in our country. Then if you destroy those kind of forests, the tourist attractions, just to create employment, then how will you kind of sustain those? Will you go and buy those lions and bring them back? Will you buy the elephants and put them back in the kind of the national parks? That they should think of. Another way we tell them that will lead to exploration, that will lead to environmental collapse in a more urgent. We tell them that the Kasese floods, my speaker tells you, 2 200 people died after deforestation worsened the rains. On our side, we tell you that they cut those timber to provide employment, because we believe the timber was taken to make kind of furniture, which will be kind of both. And these people are employed now. But where are you living the lives of those 200 people who are dying? That's why we tell you that our world promotes a kind of sustainable kind of world in which we should debate this kind of motion. Another thing, we tell them that economic development often worsens the environment. The change is irreversible. We tell them that Lake Victoria pollution factories created jobs but killed fishing livelihoods. Then what are you impacting? For you, the owner of the investors owning this particular kind of, the owners who is having this particular kind of factory, you are kind of benefiting. But where are you living the life of the majority? We see that if the right of one person demoralizes the right of the majority, it's then justifiable to remove that right of one person of employment on the expense of the majority. Panel, why does Team Negative lose on this motion? Team Negative has failed to prove to us how this better kind of employment opportunities will come and then create the climate change. Because if they reduce this, they remove this climate change, they must show us that they are going to create a world where there is better employment, better climate, which compared to that which they destroyed. With that, dear panel, allow me to rest my case, confirming to you that we are the winners of today's debate. I rest my case.
I begin my speech in 3, 2, and 1. The crux of our debate panel is to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt as to why, as opposition, we argue that the youth leaders should not sign this policy due to the long-term consequences it is going to have on human nature and all Earth as a whole and the country as a whole. Panel, the policies focus on Said Affirmative focuses on economic growth over environmental protection. This could lead to the irreversible damage of the ecosystem, biodiversity loss, and diversing the economic change impacts. This not only harms the planet, but also jeopardizes human health and well-being. Why do we opt for something which is going to kind of be of harm to 100 lives, yet we can conserve the environment and create a better atmosphere for all people than creating employment which is short-term and therefore can be achieved through the environment fund? For us, we are opting as team opposition, we are saying that we should balance economic needs with sustainable and environmental protection in order to provide a more sustainable and a kind of a stable kind of country or kind of world. With that panel, I say the position, we declare ourselves winners of today's debate. Allow me to submit.
I'm going to begin my reply in 3, 2, 1. What are the major points of clash in today's debate? There's a clash of sustainability, long-term effects, and who is better going to be able to mitigate the problems in status quo. They say that they want to maintain, they fail to characterize for us what their world looks like. We come and tell them the current world we are living in is a highly monetized world. Even when they might want to maintain status quo, in the long run, their solutions are not applicable because we shall need money. We say this is a small price to pay for a greater gift. And we even give you examples. We say that to adopt to green energies, you have to have the money to sustain them and to pay them. So I believe that they fail on that point. We give them a point of sustainability. They fail to come and show us how their world is sustainable. We come and tell you, we realize the world we are living in, it is highly monetized. What does then necessitate? We need to first make the money to make the change, which then means our world is more sustainable because we're looking on the long run objective. Now, as we said, our harms are reversible, and in the long run, they're actually reversible harms that are not going to affect the world permanently, and they fail to engage us on that point. And what they do is that they ignore other problems in status quo. They say climate change is a problem. If it means people not working, and if it means them contributing to climate degradation, even if it's to a smaller extent, it should remain like that, because at the end of the day, they don't feel like taking the risk.
we say that unemployment is a big problem. These unemployed people, even if it's to a smaller extent, they are still providing problems, right? And first we are saying we are giving you a problem with a major solution, which is we're going to develop the out in the long run. They fail to engage us on that, and they fail to show us what their world looks like. We give you a comparative on both worlds. We say our world looks like a long run sustainability. Their world looks like maintaining problems in status quo that have actually not been able to be mitigated. They fail to show us how they're going to achieve their long run objective. Even when they try to engage us by saying that at the end of the day, let me say, what kind of fish are you going to eat at the end of the day? We say that much as yes, you don't have money, you're going to maintain these problems and it's only going to get worse, which then means you have to take the risk so you can achieve the long-term goal. And we believe that on those major points of clash, they fail to actually show us how they need to clearly engage. And also look at another point that they tried to bring in, right? Because they said that our funds are, but then we said in all our speeches that our problems are reversible and they have solutions. And with that, I rest my case.
Get the results for you. Thank you.
We are coming for semi-final poetry competitions. All right. Come and register, poets, and pick the pieces of papers that have your numbers. What's your name?
Jerome Paul.
Hmm?
Jerome Paul. She's yeah.
You there? Poets, hurry. What is it? Have you qualified? Have you qualified? Yes. This one? Are you willing to talk? Hey, you're here then. They're supposed to be 10. We want all of you here. Points.
the judges and the judges and the hosted schools, audience at large, a good afternoon, good evening to you all. My name is Areka Regina from Light High School. I'm going to perform a poem entitled, I Want to Be a Woman. I want to be a woman. Let me tell you something. We should not call these women women. We should not call them women. Maybe they can switch again. These were once graceful queens. Now they are lost in the storms, trading their dignity for fleeting fame. Their worth reduced to what trends required. And I think this is why they are no longer women. Listen. They once spoke honestly, wisely and calmly, but now they are only echoes of lies, selling what defines them for shallow applause. Just believe me. With their naughty tongues, they no longer tell any truth. I want to be a woman. A woman who wants to wear tight and short clothes for the office. Not the woman who will sit in the kitchen under the leaking roof, which I should call my office. I want to be the woman who will walk and men will look at me. They will admire, but they will not dare touch because I will not allow them. I want to be the woman. I want to be the woman who will inspire the young generation who's coming. I want to be that very woman. Men will look, but they will not touch my thighs, which I leave out when I'm putting on the tight and short dresses as I go to my office. I want to be that woman.
Thank you. Number 2, Jerome Powell.
Good evening to all of you. My name is Mugisaja John Paul Chiza, and I do poetry. I shall begin in 3, 2, 1. I stand here as an innovator. I stand here as the richest man in the world. I stand here speaking to you, the youth. I'm going to give you the 4 laws of actual power. Number 1. Create anything that comes into your mind so the people across the nations can see it. Create that so you can rise the bucks of money that will be arriving into your pockets. Number 2, grow. Grow the fields that have never been before. Grow the fields of your father, your grandfather, or even the greatest ancestors you never know. Grow the fields that will be there for generations to give them, again, money. Number 3, unite. Unite so you can be probably the most strongest, most powerful, most passionate people on this planet. Unite so the governments cannot take you down. Unite so any kind of corrupt thing that steps in front of you is just an ant at a footstep. Number 4, innovate. Create anything, build anything. No, do not sit there at your beds thinking you're wise. No, innovate anything that comes into the simple 3 rules of actual power. Innovate the fact that you exist. Innovate and love it. Take care of it. Make it be the only thing that will stand in your way. Make sure that the money seen from that is not that of your uncles, is not that of your father, it is that of you, because hey, you're a youth. Now, I stand before you again as an innovator, a creator, and the richest man on the planet. I'm the age of 22 and I say I am the true definition of a youth. Thank you.
The next one, we expect Isaac, Boenje Isaac. Let's be close, let's be close.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Boenje Isaac, and I'm going to present to you a poem called I Am Fine. I'll start in 3, 2, 1. Ta 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 ta. I am just an 18-year-old boy, hanging my friends, plotting to the max. I look peaceful. All I can say, if you ask me how I'm doing, is Ndibulunji. But even after saying that, you can tell that I'm lying, because there is no way I'm going to tell you that my mom is a cleaner somewhere, patiently waiting to be paid by her boss, who is seated in a big office somewhere, not thinking about paying her salary, because it's 3 months. It's 3 months since she was last paid. A 10-year-old me won't tell you how far I have come. I won't tell you that a josali de chegulo, because my mom told me to keep my burdens myself. I won't tell you how far I've come. I won't tell you how swollen my feet are, because I have to come in this guise of enjoying myself. But still, if you ask me how you're doing, I'll say, I'm fine. Ndibulunji. Sirina tabu. When you look at me, I look like an HIV/AIDS patient. When you look at me, I look like I'm abstaining from my ARVs, but I'm starving. I'm starving. I'm tired of pretending. I want to learn carpentry. I want to learn crypto. Keep my mom from the acute poverty of this economy. I want to keep my mom stop working like a psycho. I want to earn 24/7. I want to learn coding. I want to keep my mom out of this broke economy. When you look at me, if you ask me how I'm doing, I will say, I have no problem with this economy and the youth of this economy, simply because I want to fit in. It is only then that I'll be rich. It's only then that I'll be young. It's only then that I'll be African.
Number 4, Karen Amani.
I'm going to begin my poem in 3, 2, 1. For all my life, I have been in a classroom. I've been taught the physics, geography, mathematics, 12 subjects. I wonder even how I remember. You see, I think my mind is like a memory card because this information is fully stored. So let me start with geography. I was taught trade and commerce. Don't you see I sell things to earn money? Never know I can be the next billionaire like Kylie Jenner. Now let me slide into the language of an entrepreneur. I was taught taxation. That is why I pay my taxes. I don't want the government to follow me around like I were a baby being babysat. And let me take you to mathematics, where I was taught how to solve the inequality. I think I'm doing it through creativity and innovation. Never know I can be the next creator of TikTok. Should I improve my security through the CRE I was taught by praying for better peace? Oh no. Let me slide into the history where we have the 3 arms of government, the judiciary. I include in the workforce, and that is why I belong to the police force. And lastly, let me borrow from history once more. We were taught Nelson Mandela, who made his country better by fighting for the policies. So as the youth, let us stand up and fight for better policies.
Next we have Is it Oh, number 5. Oh, it's Mirishe Pascoya.
Greetings, everyone. I'm presenting a poem entitled The Pulse of Tomorrow. When I was 17, I watched my elder brother pack his bag for college. He didn't know what he wanted to study, but he knew one thing. He wasn't going to settle down. He talked about ideas like they were living things, dreams walking and breathing, only waiting to be turned into something real. And one day he turned to me and said, "Bro, find your passion and let it pay you back." I didn't get it by then because I was still stuck in this world of textbooks and rules. But that moment stuck with me like a seed buried deep in my mind. A seed that started growing when I realized we, the youth, are the engines of the future's economy. Now I'm the one, my head up in the clouds, plotting my path, building my dreams from ground up. I know what's like to feel the rush to turn the idea you have from nothing into something. We, the youth, we are not just consumers, but we are creators. We are not just employees, we are entrepreneurs. Every idea we have is a business waiting to happen. Every tweet, every post, every app we code is a step toward changing our economy. They say the economy is built by those old hands, the ones that they have lived for many years, but they forget we are the one who push it forward. Our hands are the one which create new jobs, building the industry that they didn't exist. We are the one who see the future before it is even imagined. We are the fire with boundless light. We are the pulse, the spark, the force, with our sharpest mind like a cutting blade. We build the economy never to fade. Through education, we pave the way, turning the darkest night into the brightest day. So, when you ask who are gonna change the economy, look at us, the youth with fire in our hearts. We are not waiting for the world to hand us the economy, but we are building it ourselves, one idea at a time.
All right. Number 6, Namulondo Elizabeth Faith. We have no time.
Yes, it is I. In the slums of Ndimba, there is a girl. Once upon a time, Osinachi. This is a girl whose mind is a factory, whose mind manufactures all forms of ideas, who does not know her intellectual. Osinachi is a girl of the village. She's a girl who fixes the phones, the radios. Oh my God, Osinachi. But her life is suppressed by the greedy old. Her life is suppressed to the extent that she is not heard because she is discriminated. They feel she can't do it because she is a youth. We stand today, we are the youth of this country, and if we are to perform our roles, we need to be heard. We need to be heard. Stop oppressing us, yet you need us. This is our fight song, put back our life song. This is our fight song. We're gonna stand up right now, hear our fight song. This is our fight song. If you want the best, then go for the best. You, the greedy old, you should not be afraid to leave the seat. It's the Gen Z. Thank you.
Thank you. Number next, we have Hannah Lukundo.
I'm going to present a poem titled, I'm Not That Unlucky. I'm not that unlucky, I'm just unemployed. It's just that my worth is seen as a it's a minimum. Who takes a broke youth serious? Omugezi yabana gezi ngatenensa heavy. I'm not unlucky, I'm just unemployed. It's just that my boss has a robot that works like me. Oh, no, it works more than me. No, it's not paid like me. That's why I starve when I'm awake and cry when I sleep, not because I'm unlucky, but because I'm not given a chance. I'm not that unlucky, I'm just unemployed. I hear the government is doing something to solve my problem. Actions speak louder than words, isn't it? Then why is it so silent? Is it that I was not included or the road to my village was excluded when making the plan? I'm not that unlucky. I'm not that lazy. It's just that I'm out of place, like a puzzle that doesn't fit in place. I'm not that unskilled. It's just that I'm not given a chance, like a bird with wings, but has no wind to fly in. I'm not that ungrateful. No. It's just that I'm yearning for a role, like an actor without a script in front of a rude judge. Look, I know that I'm not that unlucky. I'm not that unlucky. It's just that my government is relaxing, too proud to fund job training programs, too busy to invest in infrastructure, too proud to give us loans who yearn for businesses. Look, I know that I'm not unlucky. That's why I'll rise like dusk in the morning. I'll stand and pick whatever fell out of my hand. Though my city tries to claim me like as its own in its darkness, but trust me, my mama told me, don't watch the clock. Do what the clock is doing. Keep going. We young women and men of Uganda are marching along the path of unemployment, starving and grieving. Our hope is never, it's eating up a better Uganda. Thank you.
All right. The next is Adong Fravia. Number 8, Adong Fravia.
My name is Adong Flavia Prosi from the Amasma School. I am a youth. A youth is not just a mere citizen, but I am a youth holding potential beyond imagination. I am a youth who is able to build an economy for tomorrow. I am a youth. A youth is not just a citizen. I am a youth with potential. I am a youth with the skills. I can think critically. I have the art of problem solving. Well, you might have molded pots out of clay, but I can make something more than that. I can make glasses. I can innovate anything you could ever imagine, because I am a youth and I have the skill. I have all it takes, for I have all the imagination and all the support that I need. But all that is hidden just within. The dream is dying. My dream is dying to make an economy that serves everyone. My dream is dying. But what if you hold me, you take my hand and provide an opportunity because you are older than I am a youth, so I'm learning from you, but I have a lot of things I am teaching you. I am a youth. Why don't we unleash all those potentials and raise the youths out of those hidden places, that darkness that is hidden and that hides them? For I am a youth that longs to see that future. A youth is the future of a nation. When you invest in me as a youth and invest in a youth out there, you are not only investing in today, you are investing in tomorrow, the day coming, generation coming, and the new days. You are building a nation that will gleam with all the economy supporting everyone, where we do not have to fight because of the greed and selfishness that is hidden within each soul. Why don't you make that come true for a youth? Truth to be told, you cannot build a future for me as a youth. You cannot build the future, but you can actually help me out build that future. Let us not build the future for the youths, but empower them to build the future. Thank you.
The next is Vilun Shatra.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Vilunji Shatra. I come from Light High School, Seguku. I'm going to present a poem entitled A Plea to Man. Oh, man of wisdom, proud and tall, proud and tall. Oh, man of wisdom, proud and tall. How can you leave the environment like this? With your own wisdom, can't you use it to preserve it, protect it? Oh, man of wisdom, you cut down trees. Can't you see that that is bad? Cut one, replace another. Cut two, represent another ones. Oh, man of wisdom, man, you defecate, urinate, dump, waste and rubbish in water sources. That water, you drink it, you use it to wash your utensils, you get a cup, you wash it, in that water, you get diseases, you get typhoid. Oh, man, can't you see that those polythene bags are dangerous to use? Can't you use paper bags? Oh, man, whose dreams, whose minds can touch the skies. You have the authority in your hands. Can't you use it very well? Will the gold remain when trees are gone? Will wealth be changed when life is moving on? Youth, please think about it and change the world to make it better for the future. Thank you.
All right. The next one is Elizabeth Kamara.
Hi, everyone. So
So here I stand, not because I love poetry and I want to recite a poem, but I come here to ask you a question. That what is your contribution? What is your contribution to my economy, our economy? What is your contribution to the things that we are facing? My economy that is characterized by corruption, my economy that is characterized by instability, my economy that is characterized by many people unemployed on streets. Right? It is very ironic. This is just satire that I cannot even bear. That the people who are very energetic, the people that have the fuel to push our economy are the ones sitting at home, unemployed, have no jobs, lazing around, are idle, and have nothing to move to push us to the next step. These are people that spend hours on their phones scrolling through TikTok, Instagram, and all apps alike, doing nothing, and yet that time, that money can be invested into our economy. We all have one complaint, the revenue government. But these people in the government are putting in, paying money in schools so that all can go to school for free. But at the end of the day, who goes to school and comes out with something? Who goes out of school and becomes something better in the future to build our economy, develop it to the next step, and stop being an economy that goes sway? I am here to pull, I'm here to call upon all you youth. Take up your place. You have the potential. You have the confidence. You have all it takes to take our economy to the next step. Just take your place and move on. Our economy can be better if you and I do what we are supposed to do. This is the role of the youth in our economy. Thank you.
This poem is titled, The Laboring Child. Whenever time is nearing to the end of the school term, when the other students are hating it already, when the impatience to go back home is escalating day by day, there are people like me, there are students like you, there are people like us who long to stay at school for as long as we can. Why? I'll get 3 meals a day, man. I'll slow down and play with my friends, whatever sport I can play with them. And you see, laughter, laughter is a song I get to sing every day. And I'll forget that stinging smell of a drunkard that turns me into a punching bag to beat till I bleed whenever the demons of bottles of beer aren't met. You see, at school, I am safe from the wickedness of a home I don't remember choosing. Neither will I be in someone else's garden in the middle of a night to put food on a table I won't even sit at, nor will I bite fingernails for a certain supper because the food was saltless, salt that was never provided. So I must sweat my body to satisfy the stomach of a Mr. So-and-so, sell my body to passers-by with a bout I don't know about, do back-breaking work for coins to total up my fees, responsibilities I never signed up for, it's nagging. How y'all cry to go back home, like babies crying for breast milk. I'll be on my phone watching Netflix, like it's the best thing to do. I'll be sleeping 10 hours a night, things meant for sleeping beauties. I'll get whatever I want from mom and dad whenever I want. All I can hear is a spoiled kid bragging. But we get it though. You have been to paradise before, and you don't give a shit about the hell people like we go through. So you narrate stories that create fantasies in our minds, fantasies of the beautiful homes we could have, fantasies of the expensive foods we could eat, fantasies of the nice clothes we could wear, fantasies of the newly updated electronic gadgets we could hold, just if only life did us good. Gwe kyoyita again, gulu y'abalala. Gwe kikumali obudde, abalala kye balina kyokka. So cherish the opportunity that you have. Use not your money to make them wish, but support them to raise Uganda to greater heights. Because I love the laboring child. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You will give us a few minutes.
Herman Paul, a speaker to the young youth in East Africa as well as the African continent. This evening I stand before you to address an issue that I truly believe will lead to a future that is brighter and more successful for the youth of Africa. As the saying goes, the future of any country lies in its youth. And I, as the speaker of the youth, strongly believe this. Why do I say so? The future of any country lies in its youth. Why? Its youth are the laborers, its youth are the people who bear the vision for tomorrow. So us empowering the youth through the different and many ways I'm going to show you in my speech, we are going to ensure that the youth of tomorrow can definitely uphold our country's standards. So, this evening, why do I believe that an economy for tomorrow's youth is a campaign that we should promote? I believe this is a campaign we should promote because it's going to ensure that we have a balance of what? Of a country. In that our country is going to be financially stable because of the high labor force we have from these youth. How are we going to ensure that the economy for tomorrow is for the youth? We are going to boost education systems. How so? We see that the education systems are the ones responsible for producing the youth that end up in leadership, that B, end up in the different sectors. So you empowering empowering the education system is going to ensure that these youth are going to go out, with skills as well as vocational knowledge that they can now use to develop and come up with different businesses. Now through these different businesses they're going to be able to set up, they're going to be able to provide government revenue to the countries. So I'm trying to show you a picture that when we empower the economy for the youth of tomorrow, it's not only benefiting them, it's benefiting us as a country. Second of all, we are looking at financial literacy of these youth. When these youth are financially literate, they will know how to use money, they will know how to invest money and save it as well. One problem that is facing the youth currently, as we have it currently, we are seeing many of the youth will earn money, they will work, yes, but the negative side is they'll work and spend. Yet if we are able to give them financial literacy, we're going to have these youth coming up, setting up businesses, investing in large-scale companies that in the long run are going to hire more people, that's A. Longer run, they're going to provide government revenue, that's B. So we're seeing we as African countries with one goal for achieving development. In order for us to achieve development, let us all empower economies for tomorrow's youth. And I've shown you how we can empower them through boosting our education sectors, as this will lead to provision of what? Of skilled labor, and through giving them financial literacy. As I wind up, I'd love to leave you a quote. It's today that weaves the basket for tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay, our good friends who are possibly getting food and those who are eating already, please minimize your voices kindly. Thank you. That's nice.
An economy for tomorrow's youth. All the leaders of the United States, here, right? Oh, should I begin? Thank you. An economy for tomorrow's youth. All the heads of states in the meeting of the African Union. I would like to re-echo it. An economy for tomorrow's youth. When I put this mirror like this, it reflects your image. It reflects what you are, and it will always show who you are. Now, this is what should be promoted in an economy for tomorrow's youths. We should reflect what we would like to see in the future, not the disaster that we want to see. We want to see faces that are shining. We want to see faces that are innovators in our nation. That is what we are looking for. Well, as engineers are making the different buildings, they always make blueprints for it. And I personally, plus the other youths around the community, made one for their economy. Since it is an economy for tomorrow, we have made a blueprint that includes the inclusiveness. If you are to realize right now, there is a lot of inequality whereby not each and every kind of youth will access the services that are going to promote an economy for tomorrow's youths, whereby you find that some are not educated, others do not get access to the skills. We would like to promote the inclusiveness in our structure. In our blueprint, we have found that resilience is something that matters a lot. We are supposed to make sure that these people are resilient enough. We are supposed to support them and push them. We should be the push factor of the youth of tomorrow, because this is what is going to build us up. The vibrancy. You know, in most cases, youths have different characters. As you see, most youths do some things just because they do not have the vibe to do so. But if you give them the advantages of them acquiring skills, if you give them advantages of them getting education, then you are going to boost the youths. Then at the end of the day, we shall receive skilled youths, those ones who are in the technological advancements. Then this number, the 39% illiteracy rates of the youths, will be reduced, because that is one of the major characteristics that we are seeing today. Most of our youths are not educated, but that is the one thing we would like to remove out of this economy. So let us try to promote education for the youth. Let us try to make sure that these people are skilled so that we can promote an economy for tomorrow. It will be easy for them to work within the economy if they have skills, because the youth have fresh brains. So which means that they can be able to come up with innovations that are better than right now. I would like to repeat this statement: an economy for tomorrow's youths. It is not something that is small, but it is something that we are supposed to come up and stand together so that we can promote it. So that this reflection that you are seeing today does not just become a reflection, but it becomes a reality. I end by telling you, it is today that weighs the basket of tomorrow.
Thank you. Just again, please try to minimize. Kindly, try to minimize. Okay.
If you ever get chance to go to Uganda, visit a place called Katwe in Kampala. There you will see the other side of life. You will know that poverty, unemployment, and crime are not just a myth, but a reality. Presidents, global citizens, and ladies and gentlemen present here today, my name is Mitegechi Trevor, and the place I just talked about, Katwe there in Kampala, is a place that I call my home. In the whole community, I'm the only one who knows English. And I didn't learn this English by going to school, no. I learned this English by watching news at the chairman's place. And he is the only one with a TV there. You will see it when you visit that place. And this is not because that the children there don't want to go to school, but it is because there's no one that can afford education. Even those who try run bankrupt before their children graduate from nursery. Still, I am the richest youth there. And the only thing I own is a cow. And by the time I left, it was sick, so possibly today it has died. Financially, I'm the role model to kids. When I arrive, they come running and yelling, he's back, he's back, he's back, but yet I'm broke. But putting all that aside, what I'm trying to paint for you is a picture of a youth not only living in Katwe, but in the rest of Africa. They are so poor. And if we ever want to change this,
Preparation begins today because it is today that weaves tomorrow's basket. And this is what we should do. One, skilling the youth. All the youth should understand that not everyone can get a job, but everyone can get a source of income. And that source of income is your skill. Carpentry, tailoring, public speaking, name them. But then also secondly, what should be done is to improve on our education. Since they say that you can only bend a tree in its initial stages, then we should grow our children in a moral and sense that they will abstain from unproductive work like crime and drugs. But then lastly, and what I think is the most important thing, is mindset change. The mentality that only the sons and the daughters of the rich can ever make it in life is a mentality that cripples our youth. And so by eradicating this, we will have done a very good work. And so as I leave, if we are ever going to attain an economy for the youth, all that I have said should be implemented, starting with skilling the youth, improving on our education and mindset change. I remain Mtegechi Trevor from Katwe, Kampala.
My speech starts in 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, Ladies and gentlemen, my speech starts in 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a speech that I gave to the different heads of state during the African Union meeting. And my name is Chiveste Juliana. This speech was entitled, An Economy for Tomorrow's Youth Built Today. Your Excellencies, distinguished leaders, I stand before you as a voice of millions of youth, young people full of ideas, talent, and energy, yet still trapped in an economy that does not serve them. We are the youngest continent in the world, yet unemployment remains our biggest crisis. Take Daniel, a young innovator from Uganda. He developed a solar-powered irrigation system that would transform agriculture. But what happened? No funding, no support, no opportunities. Just like many others, he had to leave his home country to find success elsewhere. Ladies and gentlemen, how many more Daniels must we lose before we act? Why must we actually act? This is because over 60% of Africa's population is under 25, and by 2050, that number will double. This is not a problem. Actually, it's Africa's greatest opportunity. But today, our economies are not ready for them. Jobs are scarce, businesses are struggling, innovation is ignored. If we think, we risk losing an entire generation to poverty, migration, and desperation. So what is the solution? Africa's economy must be youth-driven, entrepreneur-friendly, and technology-powered. Your Excellencies, the youth are not asking for handouts. We are asking for a seat at the table, for policies that empower us, for the economies that include us. The future is not coming, it is here. And the great question is, will Africa be ready? The time to act is now. And ladies and gentlemen, it is today that weaves the basket of tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay, we are going to have the very last speech. I'm still requesting the people serving food to minimize, and those ones who are already seated, kindly please minimize so we can listen to the speakers closely.
Heads of state, ladies and gentlemen, today I want to talk about a vision for the economy that will empower our youth, innovate our industries, and sustain our planet. So what am I trying to talk about here? As we stand at crossroads of rapid technological progress, culture norms, and various aspects, we stand at a point to decide on how we are going to promote the economy today to help the youth. So, how are we going to promote an economy for tomorrow's youth? First of all, you will all agree with me that the youth of today are conversant with technology, or they are digital natives. What am I trying to talk about here? First, we ought to use this opportunity of the fact that the youth of today are conversant with technology. We are going to use this opportunity to ensure proper accessibility of good quality education of science and technology to these youth. What is this going to bring about? This is going to open up the entrepreneurial minds of this youth, Are we together? What is this further? Let's try to make an impact analysis on this. So this is later going to result into various thriving businesses that are going to be brought about by this youth. What am I trying to talk about here? These businesses are going to promote a rapid economic development of the country. However, let's talk about sustainability. However, if we talk about sustainability of the country, we ought to improve or announce about the persistent economic systems of our country. What are they? These are the inequalities that are in this economic system. Therefore, the future economy of tomorrow, that is, it's for the youth, it should aim at promoting equality to all the youth, despite or regardless of status and background. Because the current economy we have today, it's where people are employed basing on status, basing on background and so on. But the future economy for the youth, it should look at promoting equality for the youth at all perspectives. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, we ought to encourage and help these youth to participate in their own future. So let's remember that today is what weaves the basket of tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. That was the finals for public speaking. And without wasting time, let me call upon the CS for poetry to have the finals very fast. Thank you so much. And meanwhile, allow me announce, but I'll break hearts. Let's hold on with that.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Announce them, then we are going to go somewhere. We are going to go and have it from somewhere.
all right. Hello, I know you're having your lunch. I am here to break your hearts. Oh, sorry. For the interest of time, we had 11 people for semi-final by default without following any particular order. 2 people have tied up for 1 position, that is number 5. One is Jaron Paul Chiza. He has broken for finals. Namulondo F. Elizabeth. She has broken for finals. Another finalist we have in the house is Lukundo Hannah. And another finalist we have in the house is Areka Regina. Another finalist we have in the house is Pasco Mirishe. Ladies and gentlemen, we have another finalist who has tied up with Pasco Mirishe. That is none other than Benjamin T. Kanawagata. And these 2 remaining. One is, he's a boy called Mirishe. Sorry, not Mirishe, Bwenje Isaac. The person and the champion of semi-finals is Elizabeth. Hello, friends, we are having finals right now. Finalists, that's enough of your jubilations. We are having finals right now. Yes, gather in the house and get the slots for the positions.
You know you're having your lunch? Let's first listen to the teams that have made it to the finals. In room 1, where we had Chibuli SS, Vas from Kampala, versus St. John's from Luero. Ladies and gentlemen, on a non-split ballot, 3-0, the team in proposition won. Chibuli SS is in the finals. In room 2, in a very hot contested room, where the finalists, the semi-finalists, one of them was one of the teams that broke with one round, or the only team that broke with one win. Where we had Uganda Matters Namgongo versus St. Baluku Dembe. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner is, on a non-split ballot, call it unanimous, 3-0. Uganda Matters Namgongo is in the finals. Let me call upon Chibuli SS and Uganda Matters Namgongo to come forward very fast. Chibuli SS and Uganda Matters Namgongo. Ladies and gentlemen, season 1 of the high school debate special is coming to an end. The teams in the finals are Chibuli SS and Uganda Matters Namgongo. Let me have the teams here right now. Let me have the teams here. Uganda Matters Namgongo, Chibuli SS. I am going to bring your opponents in the finals. Chibuli SS where? Take your seat. Uganda Matters Namgongo where? Uganda Matters Namgongo. Uganda Matters Namgongo, the very last time, I'm going to call St. Baluku Dembe in the finals. So, before we read the motion for them, let me call the team captains to come and choose sides. Ladies and gentlemen, in the finals of our first edition or season 1 of the high school debate special, team Chibuli SS is in proposition, while team Uganda Matters Namgongo is in opposition. The motion is, this house prefers a world in which the dominant societal worldview. This house prefers a world in which the dominant societal worldview is a realistic one rather than an optimistic one. Round starts in 5. Ladies and gentlemen, in the finals panel, our very first person on this very panel is my deputy CA, Semakula Joshua. Please give it up for Semakula Joshua. Semakula Joshua, please come and take a seat. Semakula Joshua. Panelist number 2 is a very, I will not mention the character. Give it up for Kemigisha Daffin. Our third panelist is none other than Apili Cynthia. Ladies and gentlemen, our second last panelist is Lamaro Cynthia. And the very last person is the person with share names. Give it up for Opejo Emmanuel. And finally, I'll be chairing that chair. My name is Mugisha Emmanuel. Round starts now.
All right, thank you so much, my dear, that you've been following us. We are live here at Seta High School, Mukono, and you're watching a U24 television. It's a special TV debate, as we told you, and as I see right now, it's off. What's your school? Namugongo. All right. Thank you so much, my dear, who is watching live from home. This is U24 television, and we are doing the special TV debate, just as we told you. And right now, we are heading for finals, and what we have in-house is Uganda Matters Secondary School Namugongo versus Chibuli SS. We hope to have the best. I believe this is going to be an interesting a story that you have to discuss with the family, and we shall see the winner before the day ends. Before I go back to the judges, remember the students have participated in public speech, poetry, and debate. So it's so wonderful that you shouldn't miss this. Let's go to the finals and we see who is going to be the best out of the race. Thank you. All right.
Okay, thank you so much. The finals time in 3 minutes each speaker. Let's have the first proposition speaker.
So I'm going to begin my speech in 3, 2, 1. This house prefers a world in which the dominant society view is a realistic one rather than an optimistic one. We are characterizing a dominant society worldview as generally how the world perceives problems and how they then find solutions for those problems, and they gauge within, they set their goals such that they can be able to attain those problems. Now, let us look at realism in of itself. What does the realism then mean in our side of the house? Realism looks like me realizing that at the end of the day, let me say that I'm a poor person, which then means I need to set goals within my means as a poor person. Maybe then after attaining those goals within my limitations, can I then maybe intend to move out of the bucket and let me say a sort of kind of grow. And optimism looks like me knowing that I'm a poor person, but at the end of the day setting the same goals as a rich person, which then means that I'm setting goals beyond my means, which I am most probably not going to be able to achieve, which brings me to my other point. Now, one thing I want to take up out of this debate is team negative to come here and assume that we're going to take optimism out of the picture. No, we believe that optimism is necessary, but to a greater extent, to achieve our goals and to actually have substantial development, we need to be realistic to a greater extent. And this is why we as Team Affirmative are coming here and then we are defending the motion. Now, I'm going to characterize for you two worlds. What does our world of realism then look like? Our world of realism then looks like us setting goals within our means, which means then we are going to have better approach to problems because I then know that I have certain limitations. We need to acknowledge our limitations as people in order to grow. Failure to acknowledge these limitations is going to lead to you setting unrealistic goals that are going to be unattainable at the end of the day. Even the hope and encouragement which optimism might want to bring in, without realism, it can be crushed. Because when you set an optimistic goal rather than a realistic goal, it then means the chances of you actually achieving this goal are very minimal. So even if they might want to come and argue that at the end of the day, optimism is going to help someone, let me say, get encouraged, that we believe as Team Affirmative that to a greater extent, the only way someone gets hope is when they're actually seeing fruits of their hard work they are putting in, right? So we then mean that as a realistic world, we have a greater chance of achieving our goals better on their side of the house. So even if they're bringing that and make it does not stand, even when I tried bringing an argument that at the end of the day, the only reason why the world has developed how it was is due to optimistic people. Before these people were optimistic, they first had to be realistic. They knew that I wanted to attain a certain thing. I had to be realistic with my problems and I have to understand my limitations, which then meant that they first had to set goals within their means. That means that they first had to set goals within their reach. At the end of the day, then that's where they were able to actually achieve these things. The burden they have to come and show us is how on their optimistic side of the world, they're actually going to achieve goals better. I have painted for you two worlds, an optimistic world and a realistic world, and I have characterized for you. My second speaker is going to come at the end of the day and show you how this realistic world at the end of the day can better attain goals, and development at the end of the day. And with that, I beg to rest.
Chair, on that side of the house, when they come and they say that a societal worldview is mainly related to how people solve their problems, then we believe that that debate is necessarily squirreling the debate. That definition is squirreling the debate. The dominant worldview is not about only how people solve their problems, but how they perceive whatever they go through in their daily lives at the end of the day. Moving on, Chair, they come and they try to characterize how the two worlds look like, but then they do not understand what our side of the house looks like. Notice, on that side of the house, it is true that most decisions are usually made based on facts and evidence at the end of the day, but then on that side of the house, it doesn't mean that the evidence and facts are the evidence about the risks and the dangers involved are usually ignored at the end of the day. The difference between the two worlds is that on that side of the house, we have hope and confidence in a better future at the end of the day, right? Someone is poor, but they know even though I am poor, I can still go ahead and become rich at the end of the day. That is the difference between on their side of the house, right? So they come and they talk about things like people setting unrealistic goals at the end of the day. The rebuttal to this is very simple. Firstly, notice by the time someone got to acquire that, notice that both people on the world are going to have that same dream at the end of the day, right? Because no one is going to want to stay a poor person. Everyone wants to be like Elon Musk. The difference here is that on that side of the house, as she said, the poor person is only going to set goals that they think they can realistically achieve that are not going to elevate them from that situation. On that side of the house, you're going to have someone who knows that they are poor, but then because they have hope and confidence in a better future, then they're going to shoot the shot far and try their best to be able to be able to get themselves out of that situation at the end of the day. The reason why we are better is because on that side of the house, you're going to get people who are never satisfied with their lives because they have not fully cultivated the potential that they have of the things that they can achieve at the end of the day. On that side of the house, you get people who are satisfied because at the end of the day, there is a chance that they are going to be able to achieve these things, right? Give an example of someone like Bobby Wine, who came from the ghetto, who knew that he would achieve the things that he has achieved right now. On that side of the house, he would have stayed in the ghetto, but right now, we see that he has actually come out at the end of the day. So what you get on that side of the house is satisfaction. And even though someone does not achieve this thing that they are talking about, this person achieves certain things at the end of the day. When someone is working to become a president, then at least they are going to achieve things like, for example, heading a certain committee, or they're going to achieve a certain level of success, even though they do not achieve that goal at the end of the day, right? Then the last thing get on that side of the house is that we get to achieve things that seem impossible to achieve, right? Notice that during the colonial era, it really seemed impossible for the Africans to chase the colonialists out of our countries. Why? Because in most cases, these people had guns and these people did not have any sort of ability to fight against them, right? But yeah.
Chair, we look at two different worlds in this perspective of today. The world that dominates in realistic world or the optimistic world. We then understand team opposition comes here and maybe states that things that stand in the optimistic world are hope and confidence, maybe potentiality, maybe an achievement of what, or from grass to grace, things like that. But then we also understand for you to gain such a bare minimum, you then need to set realistic goals. Yes, you may be aiming for something that is great, but then for you to gain it at this point in time, you have to go back to the drawing board and be like, you know what, at that particular point in time, I'm broke right now and I have to set goals that are fit for my minimum, and then I understand that yes, I have to be rich, but then I have to set goals within my particular means. And this is what we've characterized realistic world for you. They fail to understand our characterization that was setting goals within our means. What does this then mean? It means that particularly, yes, you're understanding the fact that you are reaching for an optimistic goal. We have not eradicated that part of the story, but then we understand the fact that it's an optimistic goal, but then you have to approach it in a more realistic way. What then dominates in this particular kind of context? We then understand that if you're reaching out to goals in more realistic manners, we understand that you're going to maybe achieve urgency for what you want to work upon. They come and give examples of colonial eras. We then understand that at a point in time, people with colonial era had to first accept the fact that yes, they are being colonized, and then move on to being optimistic, and then deal with the world in a more realistic manner, then so that they can achieve the end goal. Then what then dominates in this kind of house? We see that then realistic worlds dominate. We then understand the fact that they come here and talk about things like maybe hope and confidence in the optimistic world. But then what is hope without having a realistic goal? What are you hoping for without having a goal that is basically approaching what you're doing at that particular point in time? That does not stand at all. They then come and talk about potentiality of these people that are participating in that are using the optimistic kind of the world. But then if your potential is strong, then your goals need to be realistic for you to to understand that then at a point in time, your potentiality should then stand with what is realistic in your particular gauge. They also come and talk about achievement and examples of Bobby Wine. For Bobby Wine to become who he is right now, he had an optimistic goal, but he had to go back to the drawing board in the ghetto and understand that I'm living as a ghetto person, I have to do this and this and this. Then that is the realistic kind of world we are talking about. You fail to understand that. You also fail to understand the fact that we are meeting the effects of urgency and efficiency. We are also meeting sustainability, because when we look at the fact of sustainability, we understand that your realistic goals in an optimistic view are then understood. Then what dominates in this kind of world today? We understand that our side dominates because we are not eradicating the fact that you're having an optimistic view. We are just looking at what is dominating most in this particular context. Then it's realistically, because if you're debating something, if you're speaking something about realistic world, then you obviously have to have an optimistic view. But then for you to achieve your optimistic view, you need to have a realistic draw board. I beg to rest.
Okay. Okay, so I'll begin my speech in 3, 2, 1. On a bit of rebuttal, what they come out and say in first speech is that in a realistic world, a poor person is actually going to go out and work hard because they know that if they work hard, they actually end up achieving. What actually happens in a realistic world is that a poor person notices that it's not realistic for that poor person to become the president of Uganda, or for that poor person to actually gain a certain amount of income that most people have. In that world, this person is less motivated by the realistic world that exists, and in such a case, this poor person is not actually going to go out and work. Second of all, they come out and tell us that decision making is better, but then we come out and tell you that because we live in a realistic world, people who come from disadvantaged or less or marginalized societies are actually going to have their inferiority complex when it comes to bigger challenges in society. What this then means is that if someone has an inferiority complex, they're not actually going to go out and try because it's realistically impossible, or it's realistically not possible for them to actually go out and solve their problem. Third of all, what we come out and tell you from our first speech is that, one, in an optimistic world, we do not actually remove the evidence and facts that exist in a realistic world. What happens in an optimistic world is that we come out and acknowledge that, yes, there are risks that are involved, there are dangers that are involved, but choose to look at the better side. This does not mean that we concede that these things are necessarily going to happen. In an optimistic world, we come out and say that, well, we agree there are dangers, there are risks that could happen, but then still end up looking for the better side, which means looking for solutions that are innovative and creative that can actually help us evade those risks. In a realistic world, what they come out and say is there are dangers, there are risks that are involved. Yes, there is a chance of success, but we are not going to undertake that chance of success because even if we go for that, it is not realistic that we are going to end up achieving. Second of all, we come out and tell you that our guys, or the people on our side in a realistic world, actually going to aim higher. So if someone who is in the village who has been doing agriculture is actually going to come out and say, well, I want to become an MP or I want to become a president, what this then means is that this person is going to go and look for the prerequisites that they require to become an MP. For example, gaining social networks and gaining a certain level of education. What this then means is that if this person ends up achieving their goal, we still end up being better on their side. But even if they do not achieve their goal, they actually end up preaching somewhere in that they have achieved the education or they have achieved the social connection that they need. This doesn't happen on their side of the world because someone who is poor is going to think they are inherently poor and hence they cannot change their situation. What this then means is that they are not going to aim for things that are higher and hence they will not reach anywhere as compared to their side of the world. Now, on second affirmative, you come out and say that for you to second affirmative, you come out and say that for us to actually gain something big, we have to set smaller realistic goals. But why this is not true is because these realistic goals that are small are actually less motivating. If you come out and tell me that the only way I'm going to get rich is by going and making bricks, then this is going to incentivize me not to actually do that. When we come out and tell you that you can actually become an MP or you can actually become a president, then this motivates you better. And in our world, we actually end up having people aiming higher and getting better things. With that, I rest my case.
I'll begin my speech in 3, 2, 1. So what we understand from the debate that is given to us by OP is the fact that they believe that being motivated and having hope to achieve a certain goal in the future is enough for us to actually have change at the end of the day. What we come and present to you on our side is the fact that we are not against the fact that optimism to have better, we are not against the fact that optimism to have better to have a better future is good. We understand that optimism has actually been a driving force in development, but at the end of the day, is it optimism that has allowed us to achieve these goals that we are looking for? No, it's not optimism, it is setting realistic goals. This is what we're trying to explain here on our side of the world. The fact that people can have optimistic goals doesn't mean that they have the right to have optimistic plans. At the end of the day, you can have an optimistic goal, but you have to have a realistic plan to achieve your optimistic goal. So we come and look at a time where people are poor and they understand that they are poor. They have an optimistic goal of becoming rich, but then they are not going to sit down on their back and think that money is going to come from heaven because they are optimistic about the fact that money will come. That's not what we're looking at. We're looking at the fact that people are going to be poor, they're going to accept the fact that they are poor, but then at a point in time where they accept the fact that they are poor, they are going to work within their limits so they can achieve a level of income that is not going to be necessarily rich. That's why they come and give their point of bare minimum. We also say that you may not be necessarily rich, but then at the point in time when you are trying to achieve some wealth, you are not going to have the same plan as someone who was born in a wealthy family whose father drove a Rolls Royce and your father did not even have a car at the end of the day. So now we understand that these are two different people. These are two different people who have the same goals but have different ways of achieving these goals. That's what stands in our world. In our world, we have realistic plans of getting optimistic goals, while in their world they have optimistic goals with optimistic plans that have no basis of actually making any change in status quo. We come and we say that they come and give us a point about the fact that acceptance is going to create inferiority complex, but then we really don't understand that at the end of the day, if I accept that I am poor, we come and explain to you that if I accept that I am poor, I am going to have a better chance at I'm going to have a better chance at achieving my goals because I'm going to first of all understand my problem, second of all understand my limitations, and third of all analyze my strength. That's what is going to happen in a world that's what's going to happen in a world that is dominant in the fact that it is realistic and not optimistic. In a world that is realistic, we are going to have a better chance at achieving our goals because at the end of the day, it is more elaborate in planning, and we also understand our limitations and weaknesses and our strengths. We come and they also tell us that in their world they have motivation, but then what they fail to understand is that in this resolution we are debating preference. We are not going away with one another. So which means that in both worlds we have motivation, and in both worlds we have facts, but at the end of the day, what we are arguing is which one should be dominant when we are trying to achieve a better future. And we come and say that on our side, facts will be better if they're dominated in the world.
So today I begin my speech in 3, 2, 1, soprano. In today's debate, we're looking at a side which achieves higher goals in their side of the world. First of all, what happens in Team Affirmative basing on our side of the world from my first speaker's characterization? In their side of the world, they are dealing with facts. In our side of the world, we are dealing with hope and confidence for what? For something positive in the end of the day, as optimism. So what do we get from the current speaker, the third speaker? He clearly, boldly comes and says that if you want to have a realistic world, you have to achieve an optimistic goal. What are they trying to imply? If they want something, if they want a realistic world, and then they're opting for an optimistic goal, it means at the end of that day, they're opting for the optimistic side of the world. Because you can't tell me you're going to have an optimistic goal and you're living in a realistic world. It means you're opting for what? For a better side of the view in our side of the house. Secondly, what do we get from Team Affirmative? They come and tell us about the main thing that they're talking about from their very first speech, their third speech, was basically about how you can, if you are realistic, you can set goals and which can help you to achieve higher. That's the basic thing they're talking about in their whole side of that. That's what we are able to get from them, from their very first speech to their last speech. So first of all, what was our engagement on that? They come and say that if you have greater chances of achieving your goals if you set them in a realistic world. So what we come and show in our side of the world? We come and show you that even if you're in a realistic world and then you set goals, because we know very well less goals can bring about less motivation. You are in a side of the world where you are realistic. realistic, yes, you are realistic, but you are setting less goals, which are going to help you achieve higher. Now, so imagine your dream, your goal that you're sitting in your side of the world has failed. So at the end of the day, what are you going to be achieving? But in the side of the world, since you are doing something positive, or doing the optimistic world of it, at the end of that day, you're not very opting for something positive. It's going to help out. You're going to help out your side of the world. At the end of the day, it means that you will do anything possible to ensure that you achieve that positive thing you are aiming for. But in the other side of the world, what are we seeing? They only come and talk about one thing. If you set the goals, at the end of the day, you can achieve the success you want. But then if that goal you have set has failed and you have no immediate plan to come and solve it, they are going to come and show us how that's actually going to happen in the other side of the world. But no, we come and show you. They come and talk about which side dominates. They come and clear to us that the other side dominates. This is not about what side dominates, but it's about what side is really marginalizing. So if you're dominating in the side of the world and the rich people are gaining, in the side of the world, we are opting for both the rich and the poor. We are coming and showing that even if you're optimistic, you're a poor person, you know very well, even if I'm poor, I know I can become this because I want to become this. In the side of the world, you're being realistic, like if I'm poor, I can't do anything for myself. But in the side of the world, we are showing you that even if you're a poor person, you can opt for something better. At the end of the day, by that you come and win out on that argument, since they failed to engage properly at the end of the day. What do we come and get from team affirmative, from team opposition? We come and show you, first of all, that there is motivation. You're going to be motivated by what you're going to do. First of all, we are seeing that these people are what? Motivated, because they know very well if they want to achieve something good, they will do anything that takes it, even if they know there are risks happening, they will blindfold those risks in order to achieve what's better according, unlike that side of the house which has no motivation. I rest my case.
Okay. So, Chair, the reason why they lose this debate is because of their best case scenario. Their best case scenario is the fact that once someone has an optimistic point of view, then they are going to get realistic solutions, or they are going to set realistic goals to solve their problems. The debate is not about the goals you set. It's about the point of view that gets you to the goals that get you to your solution. So the goals do not matter, whether optimistic or realistic. What matters is the point of view that gets you to those goals. They concede that optimistic world of view gets you to realistic goals that gets you to solve the problems. That is why we win this debate right from the get-go at the end of the day. Secondly, Chair, notice that the reason why we win this debate is because of the matter we get in our side of the house that they do not tamper at the end of the day. Their major argument they had was on the fact that they are going to have people who understand their strength, meaning that they will only go for things that they can manage at the end of the day. This was rebutted in first speech and none of their speakers reconstructed it. What do we tell you from our side of the house? We tell you that firstly, even though we are to concede with them with our worst case scenario, that people never achieve what they are going for, we get satisfaction for these people. So because both sides of the house can dream. They did not tell us why a poor person is not going to want to be like Elon Musk, by the way. Meaning that both sides, poor people here and there, are going to want to be like Elon Musk. Meaning that we get a better for that poor person because they're going to get satisfaction that I tried to achieve my goal. But then also secondly, in most cases, these people tend to achieve the things that they're going for at the end of the day. So we win this debate because firstly, they concede to us, but then also we show you we have like a better world.
So I'm going to begin my reply in 3, 2, 1. Now, what are the major points of clash in this debate today? One of the points of clash is how best are goals going to be achieved. In their world, they fail to give us a comparative, or they don't put the world on a comparative scale. Their world does not show us any extent of realism, which then means that they have failed on their motion burden of giving us a comparative world. We say that optimism is there, but it should be the dominant society view. And right from our first page, we do not feel that people should get out of their bracket, but we say for them to achieve that, and then that they have to be able to achieve within their means, then they can go out. They also come and say that hope, and they can kill their hope and confidence. They say that when I set a goal and I don't achieve it, I'll still be pushed because at least I've set the goal. We say that when you set a goal and don't achieve it, your motivation will be broken, which then defeats the entire purpose of realism and optimism. Now, they also give us an argument of sustainability and efficiency. They fail to engage on this side. We say that on our side of the house, we're going to be sustainable and efficient in a way that after achieving within my means, then I can go out in their world. They say that no, I should set goals that are way above me, and even if I don't achieve them, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. I'm optimistic, and that's all that matters. So where then do we see sustainability and efficiency on their case? And they also fail to engage us on that burden. Now, also another thing they try to bring in their reply speech is that what they're saying is that the apparent point of view. They fail to characterize how the dominant society view in their first and second speeches, and not correct in their last speech. We say that in our last speech, at the end of the day, this society view is not going to be helpful when goals are not being achieved. And with that panel, I feel like our case wins the debate today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that wonderful debate. Ladies and gentlemen, the judges are going to march out for 2 minutes and deliberate and come back with the results. You can keep seated. I would love to have the finalists of public speaking and poetry. Let's go very fast. Very fast.
Let's have the finalists for public speaking. Please come forward. The finalists, those who are in the finals for public speech, you're going to be here, and you can stand somewhere here. Finalist poetry, are they back? They should be back by now. All right, so this is the time to break and mend hearts. Break and mend hearts, and have some people carry some nice trophies and good medals here. In a bit, the CA will be here to help us through the award process. All right? Yeah, in the meantime, I want to take this opportunity to thank all of you who have made it to this very important tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall have a few remarks from the U24 management team in a bit. From where I stand, I want to thank all the schools that participated. I want to thank the administration of your schools. Please give a round of applause to yourselves for being here. And give a round of applause to your school administration that allowed you to be here. And please, when you go back, you thank them for supporting you to be here. Thirdly, please give a round of applause to all the patrons who came along with you. Thank you, dear patrons, for being supportive to these students, sacrificing your time to always journey with them and give them the best mentorship and the best guidance. Please give them another round of applause. I want to thank the judges, all the judges for poetry, debate, and public speech. Thank you very, very much, judges, for doing an amazing job. Please clap for your judges. Okay, very importantly, I would also want to say thank you to the management of SETA High School Mbalala campus. Please give a round of applause to SETA High School. Thank you very, very much for hosting us. And thank you for giving us a very, very conducive environment for this tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, let us thank the media team, the guys behind the camera. Thank you very much, media team of U24. So colleagues, dear friends, I have a very important message that I would want to share with you. I want to share a very important message with you. And as young people growing up, we need at every point to avoid or report any cases of unnecessary behaviors that you see in your schools or in your communities. What I'm talking about cases of sexual exploitation and abuse. Do not keep quiet if you're being harassed or if you're being abused by anybody at any time. I am going to be able to read for you the numbers that you can call in case you should be able to report any cases of exploitation and abuse in your communities. And this message that I am bringing to you is from UNICEF, but also Ministry of Health. So these are very, very crucial matters that you can't keep silent about. Speak out in case of anything, and you should be able to really, really speak now when there are any cases that you see or if you're experiencing them, because then your mental health is very important, and we want you to study and be able to be somebody for this country. So in a bit, I am going to be reading for you the toll-free lines that you can always call to seek any assistance and any support from Ministry of Health and from UNICEF itself, and you should be able to access them anytime you want assistance from the Ministry of Health or from UNICEF. Okay, that said, in a bit, the CAs will be here to announce the winners and the people who are going to take these medals, and every participant will be able to take their certificates with them to help them going forward and become better public speakers, better debaters, or even better poets. Okay, just in case you would want to report any cases of exploitation and abuse, please feel free to call 0800 100 066. I repeat, this is the toll-free line. You can call 0800 100 066 or Sauti is 116, but you could also send a text message to your report on 8500. That is your report. So you can interact with them, you can report, you can seek assistance, you can seek information when you call those numbers. Ladies and gentlemen, now that the CA is done, we shall be announcing and awarding. Otherwise, I want in a bit to invite Mr. Ivan from the U24 to give a word to us before we can have these announcements. Meanwhile, let's have those who are in the poetry finals also step forward, and you could find yourselves around here. Then we can have it a day. I invite Emma together with Mr. Ivan. Please come through, and we have a word for our participants, and we close our session for today. This is the U24, the high school special debate tournament, which is exclusive and very special, and going forward, you're going to see some of the benefits that come as a result of participating in this kind of an engagement. Emma, please, when you're ready, please come through. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, a very good evening to you all, and finally we are at the end of our tournament today. Ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the day, the best poet, the best public speaker, the best debate team is going to walk away from this mighty place with awards. And about 25 of us are walking around here with medals because of having shined in what we do. Without wasting time, let me invite my CAs for public speaking and poetry. Please hurry up. My CAs for public speaking and poetry. My CAs for public speaking and poetry. I will begin with, I'm going to invite our tournament director, the manager for U24 TV, to come and help me in this award process. Ladies and gentlemen, our 5 best speakers of today, in position number 5, with 211 speaker points, is none other than Gukunda Masi. Gukunda Masi, please hurry up. Masi, please hurry up. Is Masi around? Okay, we are giving out. Ladies and gentlemen, in position number 4 is with 212 speaker points is Jemima Kisache. Jemima Kisache. In position number 3 with 213 speaker points is Namale Bridget. We are yet to see a gentleman. I don't know. In position, please hurry up. In position number 2 is Nasozi Hanifa. The best debater is coming. Should I? Drum rolls. Stand up please for the best debater of the day. It is respect that we give that person. It is respect that we give that person. Drum rolls, please. Ladies and gentlemen, by far, the best speaker with the highest speaker points, a lady in the finals, Nisima Elizabeth. Okay, let's take our seats. Let me invite the public speaking CA to give us who wins public speaking and the top 5 speakers.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Yeah, so our last round of public speaking, the theme was an economy for tomorrow's youth. So in the interest of time, in our 5th position with 66.5 points is Juliana. Congratulations, Juliana. And in our 4th position with 67 points, only a difference of 0.5 from the 5th position holder is Favor. And then in 3rd position with 70 points is Haman. Yeah, so the only difference at the moment between the 1st position holder and the 2nd position holder is only a difference of 1.5 points, with the 2nd position holder having 72 points and the 1st position holder having 73.5 points. In the 2nd position, we have David. With a standing ovation, please let us give the final and best medal to Trevor, who holds 73.5 points and is the winner for this day's public speaking. Trevor.
Gentlemen, the winner!
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I will now invite the gentleman and lady for poetry. Please come and break hearts, come and break hearts.
I'm a heartbreaker, according to Emmanuel. All right, members in the house, good evening. My name is Nawera Owen. I am going to announce results for poetry. I've been working with the amazing Grace, Lukundo, Choncho. Chirabo, yeah, Chirabo, thank you. We had a room that had only 8 people, and 5 are going to be read here. In number 5, we have Jaron Paul. Thank you so much, Jaron Paul. Without following any particular order. In number 4, we have none other than Lukundo Hana. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, in number 3, without following any particular order as well, we have we have Namulondo F. Elizabeth. And in number 2, now here is where the problem is. These people almost fought for the first position. And the team of judges decided that Benjamin becomes number 2. Benjamin Kanawagata. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. A team of honest people, very transparent, very good. They decided that the winner of today should be, this is a champion, right? Let's give her some drum rolls. All right. Okay. The winner of today's poetry competitions is, let us all stand up, let us all stand up. Yes, all of us. All right. You can guess her the first letter. All right, it is a he. He is none other than 1, 2, 3. All right. Kamala Elizabeth. Yes, she's been great. Thank you so much. Yes. I now know before you I am very useless. Let me go.
Okay, thank you so much. Our Chibuli SS, please. Ladies and gentlemen, considering the performance Chimuli SS, please. Considering the performance of a certain school in all aspects, public speaking, poetry, debate, ladies and gentlemen, it is our pleasure to award the patron of this school as the outstanding overall best patron in regards to the performance in the various disciplines. A mentor of many, and he has mentored me also in the past. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Senior John Waraka, the patron Uganda Matters Namgongo. And finally, let me invite all my judges here. Please hurry up. My judges, as they come, I'll be breaking hearts. Ladies and gentlemen, in the final that was between Chibuli SS and Uganda Matters Namgongo, the winning team had 2 girls and 1 boy on the team. Ladies and gentlemen, it was a unanimous.
If you announce it now, before Ivan speaks, people are going to scatter. Let him first speak.
Before I finish, let me first call someone to calm down your hearts. The big man around, Mr. Ivan, you're welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I'm so grateful to have you all here. And congratulations to those who have already won. And to those who have also won but weren't number 1, the future is bright. Next time is yours. But you did best. We had a great time. We enjoyed your participation here today. My name is Ivan Tumukunde. I'm the station manager at UBC 24, U24, the National Youth Development and Education Channel. We're established to give a platform to the young people, both in school and outside of school. And we stand on the 2 pillars of youth development and education. And today we are here pushing that agenda in partnership with the Ministry of Education to give a platform to the activities that happen in the schools, but most especially debates where we see the future leaders of Uganda and the future leaders of the whole world. We are so grateful that you're giving your time, resources, when you would be at school, focusing basically on academics, but you are here discovering your talents and showcasing the best that you have got. And therefore, U24 is more than dedicated, and as a whole national broadcaster, UBC, we are dedicated to giving that platform to all Ugandans to be able to foster development for our country. This evening, I want to let you know all that we are winners, and we shall continue for the debaters, for the poets, for the public speakers. We shall continue to give you a platform. And as long as you have a talent, both as an individual but also as a school, reach out to us for these platforms. If you have a poem, it's something we can help you to polish. Maybe you never know you're the next big presenter that UBC is going to have, or any other TV channel. So all our platforms are available for young people like you. Come and take advantage of them. And I'm here to tell you that for the best of the best, we shall not stop here, but we're going to follow you up, help to produce, if it's a poem, produce it, and it will be running on our television channel. For the debaters, we shall be giving you space to come and showcase what you're doing right from your schools. continue engaging us, continue doing the best, and we are here to partner with you. I thank you so much, the judges, the participants, and my fellow colleagues, the media team. I thank you so much for the work well done, and I want to wish you well for what has not gone well. Next time we'll be able to do best. Most importantly, I want to let you know that this is a pilot of what we are going to be doing. We were basically almost doing a dry run of what we're going to be running, and this is going to be a national championship. We are going to start now moving region by region, different schools, and then come to the national. It is very crucial and very special for you that you are the pioneers of this debate championship. It's none like any other. It's not. And you will see what will be happening. We are here to learn as UBC, because you have not been really organizing this, but we wanted to engage with you. I certainly believe you're the cream de la cream when it comes to debaters. And therefore you have shown us what we need to do. What didn't go well is what we're going to be able to work on to bring you the best of the best when it comes to this championship. I thank you so much. Have a good evening.
A thunderous hand clap, please. Ladies and gentlemen, our dear patrons, please do not go without visiting this lady here, Madame Vanessa, on that table for all your certificates, for all the participants, even the substitutes. Mind you, this is the very first tournament we are having where we can substitute speakers. Even if they did not debate all through, we shall still award them because they were the best in the school to come and represent you. Ladies and gentlemen, on a unanimous ballot, can I have some vibe? Some vibe. On a unanimous ballot, meaning that all the judges found it easier for certain technicalities and justifications that Shibuli SS are champions of this year. Please come. That is what they call team spirit. Ladies and gentlemen, this year's first runners-up is Uganda Matters Namgongo, and the champions are Shibuli SS. Congratulations, Uganda Matters Namgongo. It was really great making it here. And our winners, Shibuli SS. Thank you so much for making it here.
Ladies and Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being a part of today's edition. It's been great, and that's what we're here for, to give young people this platform, and we are dedicated to make sure that as Uganda Broadcasting Corporation, as UBC, we are able to transform this nation by giving you all this information, but most importantly, information regarding the education sector and making sure that whatever happens in your school or at another school, we're able to bring you up to speed. Tell me, how has it been today for you and what was the experience?
Actually, all the learners we have witnessed the power of self-expression through the special TV debate. And what I'm saying is that U24 is bringing up something that is really regrounding what these people learn from school, developing their minds and giving them a reason to think so that they become great leaders.
Amazing. So maybe Benoit, you can be able to help us to talk to a number of students, tell us how they feel, what is so special about this tournament. Maybe you can speak to a number of judges, to the winners, to the participants, to get the feel of the place.
Thank you so much, my boss. What a good thing to be on the same ground with my boss. Thank you so much. For viewers that are watching us, I would wish to first talk to the winners of today's debate tournament. Just as you see, looking so special and very new. Hello, let me start with her. You've been so vibrant in this. Hold your trophy. Okay, please, viewers are home and they want to hear from you people. What's your name once again?
I am Nanozi Hanifa.
Nanozi, how do you feel?
Honestly, I feel liberated.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how has been the experience?
It has been a bit tense because I remember we even lost our first round and we didn't know if we were going to make it this far. And the fact that you have made it this far, I want to encourage all debaters out there that a lose does not mean that you're not a winner. It doesn't. And you keep pushing regardless of the circumstances.
What was on your mind when you were coming to this debate?
I better win.
Oh, sure. Okay, send regards to mommy and daddy because they are watching us.
And also my mother and my father, I really thank you for putting me in a school like Chivuli that has given me a platform to exercise different co-curriculars and for my voice to be heard. That is something I can never truly pay you back enough for.
So I would wish you to bold what Chivuli SS has won because there are 2 trophies that you're taking back home.
So Chivuli SS, we have emerged as the best school in debate for this particular tournament, and similarly we have had the best poets coming from our school. So I believe that's very good for our school.
Oh, wow, so hello.
Hi.
Tell the viewers.
Mara Elizabeth Precious.
Okay, let's extend a bit closer. Yes, Precious, how do you explain this journey in poetry?
Well, this journey has been an interesting one.
Okay.
Mainly because I love what I'm doing and I enjoy every part of it. So no matter the case, as long as I'm enjoying, I'm free to enjoy.
Okay. Any message to the poets and poetesses?
A lesson I've learned from this tournament, which is that you should never be scripted as a writer. Always be prepared for anything and just be ready to express yourself.
Okay. Which other activities can you do despite besides poetry?
Well, I do debate, and I am a public speaker.
Okay.
Well, I'm also a writer.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. She is Kamara Precious Elizabeth. All right. Hello.
Hello.
Teacher, nice talking to you.
Thank you, sir. Nice talking to you too.
How do you feel? Because I normally tell the patrons out there, when we win, first and foremost, it is an achievement to the learners, to you as a patron, and to the school. How do you feel?
I am elated. I am very, very happy. I expected it, honestly, because we put in a lot of effort. It's nothing that has come out of the blue. We really expected it because we put in a lot of effort.
Okay.
So really, I feel like our effort has been rewarded, and there is no better reward than this. I feel so happy for my
What
students.
has made Chivuli Secondary School some of a kind in regards to any other?
Oh, the students are really passionate about it. They really love to engage. They love to. They love it. They have passion for it. And one of the things that drives these co-curricular activities is passion. So they have a lot of passion for it. And as teachers, we tend to nurture that.
Wow, thank you so much. I'll talk to her and then finalize an interview with Chivuli. It says, hello.
Hi.
What's your name?
Natavi Hadija.
Natavi Hadija. Hadija, how do you feel?
I feel good and perplexed and confused.
There is a time I saw you very perplexed. What was the issue?
I didn't expect the win.
Okay.
I for person, because we lost our first round. It really sucked, and I thought we were gonna lose.
So what message do you give to the learners out there who lose interest at the very first round?
Be optimistic and set realistic goals.
Okay.
Yes.
I see you're happy. Regards to mommy and daddy.
My mom and dad, I love them so much, and I thank them for putting me in a school like Chivuli. And I acknowledge the fact that they are really working hard to pay my school fees, and I pray to God to keep them safe and long last so that they can see the fruits of my education.
Okay, Barak around there. Barak?
Barak.
All right, Bwambale Joshua, right? Oh, what's your name?
Mutegechi Trevor.
Okay, from which school?
Baptist High School.
What have you won?
Best public speaker overall.
I think you've seen me in very many cases with Baptist High School Chitevi. And I believe it has a very great ground for the oratory skills. I would wish to send regards to Mr. Jairas, a very renowned teacher and a patron, right? Any message from your school on issues of what you've got?
Yes, well, first and foremost, I would like to first appreciate the administration of Baptist High School, because without them, we wouldn't have reached this far.
Okay.
And if possible, I would like to send my sincere gratitude to specifically Mr. Ndugwa for having funded me ever since I started this dream of being a public speaker. But then secondly, my message to my fellow public speakers as well, I want them to know that it's not that I have wings or I'm very different from them, but it's just the hard work and passion you put in that will make you great. Thank you.
Mommy and daddy's message?
Well, for mommy, I know you're watching me right now, and this is your son. It is not someone else. He is someone that you always encouraged and you always never let down. Thank you, mommy, for everything.
All right. Mommy is watching us from which side?
Well, mommy, I know you're in Western Uganda, in the village. I know, but well, one day we shall be here together. I know that.
Right. U24 has the power to throw you in all parts of the country. I would wish you to thank the management of UBC, U24, for this wonderful organization.
Well, you know, first things first, this debate this competition wouldn't have happened if we didn't have our media broadcasters, and the main one it was UTV, U24, and UBC. Well, for that, I'd like to extend my sincere gratitude for having given us such a platform and space to express our ideas. And possibly, I hope they do it for the other people that come.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much. Nice journey as you go back to Chitevi. My dear, happiness is everywhere, and I just want to talk to whoever I meet to express him or her. So, yes, please come forward and we talk to the people. Hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
What's your name?
My name is Semugo Jairas.
Mr. Jairas.
Patron Baptist High School Chitevi.
Yes.
And I'm so privileged for this chance that UBC and U24 has given us to showcase our talents. We are very grateful. Indeed, what I can say to our public speaker that has won this tournament, in simple words, the hard work has paid off. Okay. It has been a long journey. The boy has struggled right away from senior 2. Now he is now bearing all, reaping what he sowed at first. Thank you, U24. Big up to our bosses, and profoundly to our bosses of Baptist High School. We shall always be grateful. Thank you very much.
All right. That is what we say, a platform of expression. U24 Television Uganda. Be inspired, just here to inspire you. For those that are missing already or have missed the first session, go to YouTube. We have streamed live on TV, that is mainstream. Getting us, and if you're not getting us on mainstream, please go to YouTube and make sure you review. See where we started from, where we've ended it from, so just know everything is kawa. U24 has come for you to serve your interests. I would wish to say for the learners that are watching from home, we are going to school. Make sure you take enough rest, and then we get a very nice Monday. It has been a high school special debate. Benon Mukwaya is my great name as usual. host Echoes of Expression every Sunday 3 p.m., a platform of debate, poetry, public speech, news anchoring, and so on. Behind the lanes was Tyson, and with the coordinating team as well. Under production was Mosh. Thank you so much. Hafizo, who is handling this from our station in Nakasero. And Rina too has done a very tremendous job that we can really say it has been wow. Thank you so much, all service providers. Thank you, Seta High School, Mbalala Campus, Mukono. I really take this honor to thank Dr. Jesse Muyingo for giving us this chance. Dedicating this episode is to the Minister in charge of Education and Sports, Honorable Janet Kataha Museveni. Bye-bye.